Morning. Just wait for the YouTube to kick in here. Wait for the... Okay, there we go. Morning, CSE. Morning, Mass Casualty. Morning, Warriors. How's it going? Morning, RCMP. Good day. Top of the morning to you. All right, we got Crystal. Crystal's in here. Glasses. Crystal. Freckles, how you doing? How you doing? Hope it will be a good day. It'll be furniture day. Furniture! Wish one of my friends was watching. He'd know that's an inside joke. Furniture. We got tables, squares, rounds, rhombuses, octagons, chairs, something. I don't know. A whole bunch of newspeak gobbledygook. Transparent as always. Julia Rock. Oh dear. Good morning, oh dear. That's salty air. The MCC and RCMP and all other corrupted people involved in this, I hope you realize that this and this alone is your legacy, and that you will be here long after you're gone. And that will be here long after you're gone. Let that sink in. Yeah, I mean, like kids. Ooh, that was my dad. Oh, was it? And, you know, like, kids are kids, right? Obviously, for kids, we play around with Tonka trucks or do whatever. And we get older, we do look. We do read. MH, especially in this day and age. Brickleberry. Seawood. Good morning. Good morning. Mark Evans. Locked in the trunk of a car. Okay, I have definitely seen you before, but welcome. I think it's been a while. Welcome. We've got Nikki. Happy Thursdays. Today, Thursday. Yay. Okay. And we've got Tara. Thank you for not giving up. Thank you to all of you. Huge thank you. Huge thank you, as always, to Discord and all of you who are spreading the message. If you don't mind sharing, that's great. Thank you. Nosy Scotian. Pioneer Driver. Blue Nose. All right, we've got some kind of pieces of furniture today. Yesterday was a massive disappointment on all kinds of levels and very transparent. Sent out a couple of tweets. I think I'm going to get a little bit more active with the tweeters. A little bit more active. I used to be very active once upon a time on the tweeters. So, and I need to get busy and put things together. But how many hours are there in a day? How much can you do and still kind of keep your wits about you? I don't know. So today we're going to have pieces of furniture with, looks like, we've got the individual from yesterday who added what? We've got, well, he added the mistaken narrative. Thank you for that, sir. We need another study. The study I have is from 2012, 15, 17. It's outdated. They're just not implementing that language thing. That's why it went down. Jennifer Jesty, Paul Mason. Okay, so we know Paul. Not sure of Jennifer. Don't know. Cheryl McNeil, Tim Triton. And then we've got another piece of furniture coming in. I guess the moving people are out and busy with Archie Beals, Trish Coleman, Ian Douglas, Jennifer Jesty. Oh, I guess she's come back for round 2. I guess the first move wasn't enough. Maybe she's into furniture collecting. Gregory Smolnick and Raymond Fabergé. Roundtables webpage. Oh, I got to see this. Roundtables involve experts and other individual experts. But the expert yesterday shed light on what? Something that you could read in Wikipedia from 2012? Thanks. And other individuals with helpful knowledge of April 1819 who can provide insights on relevant issues through public and facilitated, like facilities, bathroom facilities, discussions. What is a roundtable? The commission roundtables will be an opportunity to learn more about issues related to why. I thought you weren't out to look for why, and how various aspects of the mass carry can happen. The expectation is that these are non-adversarial. So break out your bonbons. Break out the bonbons. Let's have a little boo. Opportunities to hear directly from people with knowledge and experience to share of April 1819. Is that like the ballistics expert? You call the ballistics expert in, who can tell you that bullets come out of a gun? Not the actual ballistics experts who had anything to do with that. No, of course not. It's called misdirection. These Phase 2 activities will be led by members of the Commission's research and policy team. Okay, I wonder how much that's getting funded and how many members are in that. Make work project and others. Oh, et al. While council will continue, how many of them are there around? Will continue to focus on other aspects of the proceedings. Anything and everything, but the roundtables will be held in public rather than behind closed doors. But there's private ones too, and available to watch via webcast or listen by phone. The Commission has collected existing research and academic articles relevant to topics around each Squaretable. The research is shared with participants. They get to get the download later. Families. Not participating, they're just watching. And the roundtable members, wouldn't it be helpful if they sat at the roundtable? I think that would be helpful. That would be a helpful one. Then they could actually ask questions.
Good morning. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. As a reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
All right, let's see, where else are we? Okay. Better get the mornings in and everything. What did you miss? Did I miss for anything from yesterday? Oh. Did you? Well, I was getting upset. And nobody was asking questions. We did get a little bit from Sandra. A little bit, which was helpful. JJ, good morning. That guy is back. Yes. The fellow who may have crossed paths with Covert Ops Director General, who is friends with Brenda. Well, not friends, but maybe 1 degree of separation. What was it, the term I heard yesterday? What did they say? I get some interesting messages, I'll tell you. Brenda may be something that is called legend. Interesting. Maybe. It's high intel stuff. Linda. Yes, Cheryl's, Sandra's stuff may be worth a watch. Definitely the comments were good to watch. Christiana, Kendall, more white British people who are in Australia who are crossing paths with other RCMP. Australia and RCMP like each other, by the way, quite a bit. Kelly and Julia, there we go. Todd, ignore me. I'm not really here. Are you speaking on CSE's behalf? RCMP's behalf? Lawyers, MCC's behalf? Who? I'd say things are worth going over, but it's again how many hours do you have in a day? And we got Rob in here. Good morning. Kelly. Good morning, Kelly. Seawood. Okay, I wonder if this roundtable has pins. Expanding the CVs. That's what they're all doing down there. Trish, TikTok. Roundtables are inherently unstable. I prefer to hold all my meetings at a triangular table while holding the black cube. Oh.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. It's a cozy quarters up here.
Bonjour et bienvenue. On est bien serré à la plateforme aujourd'hui. Nous vous rejoignons aujourd'hui de Mi'kmaq, des territoires ancestrales et non cédés du peuple.
Oh, now they're starting with I thought it was Moment of Silence was a new one yesterday, and now we get French. Okay, good.
Les pertes massives en avril 2020 en Nouvelle-Écosse. Hier, on a entendu parler de témoin Michael Howells, qui a permis d'établir un contexte plus élargi au niveau des systèmes d'alerte au public. Il va nous rejoindre encore aujourd'hui via Zoom. On a également entendu davantage d'arguments des participants à ce sujet. Aujourd'hui, il y a une table ronde des membres avec toute une gamme de perspectives focalisées sur les communications publiques et les envois d'alerte lors d'événements. Nous remercions aux participants qui ont fourni des apports pour aider à façonner nos questions pendant les tables rondes. On rappelle que les tables rondes et les rapports commandés sont parmi les nombreuses façons que nous explorons comment et pourquoi les pertes massives se sont produits. Notre rapport est actuellement sur notre site web et nous sommes heureux qu'un de ces auteurs va nous rejoindre aujourd'hui. Maintenant, je vous demanderai à Christine.
Why is it in French? What's going down? Have I got the wrong channel or something? This is not supposed to be French. Is this their new tactic? Nobody will understand. Maybe they didn't get the update on the language app for alerts.
Et ils vont partager aujourd'hui quelques-unes des
this is a joke.
enjeux clés dans la conception des systèmes.
Can anybody tell me if I'm doing something wrong here? You clowns better get this one cleaned up right now, right bloody now.
Alors, je vais diriger les questions, je vais poser des questions de suivi et je vais animer les discussions. Les commissaires peuvent choisir de poser des questions ou demander des clarifications à tout moment. Alors, les discussions à table ronde font partie du dossier de la commission et sont diffusées en direct et seront disponibles au public sur le site web de la commission. Comme avec toutes les discussions de table ronde, l'intention est de fournir une compréhension plus approfondie des thématiques clés afin de la phase 3 au niveau des leçons à tirer.
Started, I'm going to ask each of the roundtable members to introduce themselves and explain their connection to the topic of emergency alerting. I think I'll start. We'll go around the circle. So Jennifer, would you like to introduce yourself?
Jalasi Waldasi Bejidayo, welcome and so nice to see you all. My name is Jennifer Yeski. I'm an Eskasoni band member. Currently, I am manager of emergency management for the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, who recently developed our own emergency alert system for our Indigenous communities in Cape Breton Island. I'm also the first Indigenous woman to become a member of the Nova Scotia Firefighters Association and the first Indigenous woman to be an advanced care paramedic in Nova Scotia. And thank you for inviting me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl McNeil. I'm here as one of the authors of the Communications Interoperability and Alert Ready System report by Lansdowne. I also have an emergency services background. For 20 years, I was a 911 operator and dispatcher for the Toronto Police Service. At about 2007, I made the transition to our headquarters and entered the world of emergency management. Quite regularly, I would liaise with the City of Toronto Office of Emergency Management. I was involved in several emergencies and major events in a planning and response capacity. I also went on to earn a master's degree in disaster and emergency management from York University and transitioned to a provincial and a national level as the coordinator of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Emergency Preparedness Committee, and then on to the CACP for their Emergency Management Committee. I was quite closely involved with drafting the resolution that you referred to yesterday. And I'd just like to end off by saying it is a privilege to have been invited here today. Thank you very much.
I'm Paul Mason, Executive Director of the Province of Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office. I oversee the Office of the Fire Marshal as well. I've been involved in emergency alerting in various capacities for approximately 10 years, both on the Governance Council federally and as a member of the senior officials responsible for emergency management. So I'm happy to be here today to discuss that topic and appreciate the opportunity.
I don't think I really introduced myself. So I am Krista Smith, and I'm on the research and policy team of the Mass Casualty Commission.
Hello, my name is Tim Tritton. I'm the, again, I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to attend and presenting this information. I was a steward of the Alberta Emergency Alerting Program for approximately 8 years. That's Canada's longest running Alberta emergency alert program. I've also been very active at the national and local regional level in terms of advancing alerting across Canada and around the world.
Michael?
Well, good morning. And again, thank you for the privilege to be a part of such a distinguished panel. I'm Michael Hallows. I'm an independent strategic advisor to governments on public warning systems. My knowledge comes from 30 years of policing London here in the UK and 6 years in Australia as the Emergency Services Commissioner for the State of Victoria and National Director of Australia's Emergency Alert Programme, which would be the equivalent of Alert Ready. My involvement has been, I was invited yesterday to give testimony before the Commission, and I've had some years of experience of working with colleagues in Canada on this very subject of maximising the opportunities of an effective public warning system. And thank you again for the invitation.
Thanks, Michael. So we're very excited to have each of you here. It's a huge contribution, and we are going to learn a lot from you, I know. So I want to start us off today by picking up on some of what we heard yesterday. Michael Hallows explained to us that there is more than one kind of alerting system in the world. In fact, it can be described as centralized, decentralized, and hybrid. And as well, there are also private platforms for doing emergency alerts within local communities. So I'd just like to take a moment to talk about what each of those systems are. So Michael, maybe I'll start with you to remind us what the options are when it comes to alerting, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. So with a centralized version of the capability, the idea is to set up a hub that acts on behalf of all of the organizations that are have a responsibility to warn the communities in times of whatever emergency they lead on behalf of the federal, provincial, or territorial governments. The alternative, and it doesn't have to be an either or black and white, is one where it is distributed to each organization for them to have direct access to the system. There can always be the hybrid of both working together. whether one provides a 24/7 overnight, while the others are not a 24/7 capability. But that's the very basics of the two options, but they are not black and white. You can have a hybrid.
Thanks, Michael. So Paul, I'd like to take it over to you. And can you tell us a little bit about the system in Nova Scotia and how it's changed over time?
Certainly. The system was first deployed in its early days in 2011, and it would be, as was noted a moment ago, more of a centralized system. And that was common in all jurisdictions across the country, with the exception, I believe, of Alberta, which had more of a decentralized system. That way of doing business, for lack of a better term, remained in place with ourselves, that is EMO Nova Scotia, being able to issue alerts in response to specific events. As has been touched on in some of the prior discussions, there's a list that was nationally agreed to of 32 broadcast intrusive alert types with specific definitions and what have you. And that just really provided guidance in the midst of an event, for example, a hurricane or critical infrastructure failure or something along those lines. So that's the model that existed in Nova Scotia. After the mass casualty, we've moved to more of what I would refer to, or has been described as, that hybrid system, where EMO still retains the ability to issue alerts for the types of emergencies that we typically would deal with, that could impact the province. But specifically with regard to law enforcement agencies and their utilization of the system, some of our partners in that area have opted to take direct access, specifically the RCMP and HPD. So they can now issue alerts for events which fall within their area of jurisdiction. In effect, what we've done is, of that list of those 32 alert types, the ones that would have a policing utilization, civil emergency, terrorism, explosive, those types of things, they now have the ability to go in and issue directly. Other police departments can continue to request that through ourselves. So we currently have what I would describe as a hybrid model.
Okay, thanks. And you mentioned HPD, that's Halifax Police Department?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. So Jennifer, over to you. I know that you are from Unama'ki and you've had a role in implementing a system there. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, and again, thank you for the opportunity to share what we've done so far. So we've decided to go with the Everbridge platform as our own emergency alert system, and we've named it the Unama'ki Emergency Alert System. Since its inception 18 months ago, we've so far sent out 102 alerts and reuniting 35 young people with their families. It's an opt-in only system, so people have to register for the system in order to receive the alerts, but you tell us how you want us to notify you. So through the system, we're able to notify you through text, a phone call to your house, a phone call to your cell phone, or an email. And when you're registering for the system, you give us that information to tell us how you'd like to be contacted. When the chief signs in to send out his alert, he simply puts in his username and password, he types out the message and hits send. Right now, we have two separate options available, where there's a text-only option, where the message only goes to text and email. And then there's an all paths option. That's the option where we're actually ringing the elder's house phone, doesn't matter what time, day or night. The major selling point for us to select the Everbridge platform was the use of cultural appropriateness in language. And what we were able to do there is the chief is actually able to record his own voice in his own language. So when the elder is answering that phone on the other end, they're actually hearing something that they can clearly understand.
And how many subscribers do you have roughly right now?
So far across the 5 communities, we have just over 3,000 subscribers.
Thank you. So that was just a bit of a refresher, really. So for us to understand the types of systems. So I'd like to go now to thinking about the pros and cons of those systems. So Cheryl, I'd ask you to start. Can you give us some of the upsides of centralized, decentralized, and downsides, as you wish?
I do think that for a smaller, very cohesive community, something like an Everbridge is very useful. It's a great communication tool for a community, as you say, that you have the cultural capability, understanding a very cohesive community. What could be an issue in a greater, say, a metropolitan area, you have a lot of transient people in and out, whether there's tourists working, etc., that wouldn't necessarily receive that type of alert because they're not a subscriber to the system. I think as Mr. Hallows answered yesterday, that you do want to get the people that are coming through any particular area who will be affected by a particular disaster emergency just by virtue of where they are at that point in time. That is a consideration. The interoperability between the two systems needs to be worked out. It would be unfortunate to have competing messages go out to the community if they weren't well coordinated or collaborated amongst the issuers.
I just want to clarify there, what is interoperability?
It was mentioned yesterday, there is a formal definition of interoperability. I like to think of it more as an outcome in a state, and it's essentially getting the right information to the right people at the right time. There is a process for it. We saw the 5 lanes of interoperability, which provides a model of how to achieve that state of interoperability. But the very base of it, in my mind, is the beginning starting that relationship and that communicating with all the stakeholders with respect to a particular issue that needs that interoperability, that collaboration, that cooperation, the communication.
And you talked about interoperability between the two systems. What two systems were you referring to?
For example, Alert Ready versus a private entity, Everbridge, or an alternate model to what is currently offered in Canada on that national basis.
Okay, so you were flagging the potential for perhaps if a national alert or if an alert through the national system were to go out and were to contradict or not be consistent with what was issued locally.
Perhaps that could be an issue, yes.
Okay, just making sure I got you there. Okay, so let's take it over to Tim, and we're talking about the pros and cons of centralized, decentralized, hybrid, and other types of models.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the centralized model has a number of strengths. It's easier to implement because you limit the number of users to a small trained core. You can control the messaging, approvals can be generated. It's a much more formalized approach. The advantage of that is that you hopefully control the number of errors, you deliver a standardized and improved message. The disadvantage of the centralized model is it takes time. And I think we have to understand that emergencies are not all the same. Emergencies can be long, short duration. They can be fast developing, or they can be slowly developing, like a wildfire I see here in Nova Scotia developing. So there's some really strong points of this, but on the other side, it takes time to get things ready to go. The decentralized model is faster. You have people on scene who can actually issue the alert. The quality of the information is based on the individual's perception at the moment, but it can be quicker. On the other side of the coin, there's a greater chance of errors. There's a greater chance of training. And we have to remember that these are low frequency, high severity events, so that the user does not get a lot of chance to practice unless they consciously do that. And so all of a sudden they're in a high stress situation. It's dark and you have to issue an alert about something serious. And now things like, do you remember your password? Do you remember the key sequence? And having issued approximately 150 alerts, there's a lot of terror that goes with that when you have to say something to the entire population at whole. It's a very significant event to issue an alert, particularly if it goes broadcast to media and province-wide. The hybrid model walks the line between the two of those, in that you have designated users in communities, in organizations. Alberta and Saskatchewan both use this model. And that gives the chance for the person on scene to react quickly. If they need help, then you As we say when in Alberta, you warn the POC. 9276 is the number we tell them. It means warned. And as a mnemonic, and you can call upon a professional who can give you that kind of assistance. You have to note, though, that low frequency, high severity consumes a lot of resources. You have to have people on call, trained, capable, and ready to go 24/7. And that consumes a lot of resources in a smaller shop in particular. So, you know, there's trade-offs. There's always trade-offs. You never can get everything in one position. If some jurisdictions are, unfortunately, major events, emergency events are more common, so they're prepared to allocate those resources on because they know it's coming. It's predictable. Whereas others, it's quite rare. Emergency events are quite rare. And so then they're prepared to make those economic trade-offs, and that's important.
Thank you, Tim. Michael, anything you would add to this conversation?
Thank you. No, I think everyone has given very comprehensive answers. I don't think it's fair on me to add anything more, but thank you.
Okay, great. I think we'll move on now then to consider, there's a series of what I've come to think of as common misconceptions about public alerting. So I'd like to explore a few of those now, turn to that. And the first is, we've heard it said that the issuance of an emergency alert could cause mass panic among the population. It could actually get in the way of the critical incident response if citizens are calling 911 and overrunning the system. So I'd like to hear from each of you on this topic and what the considerations are around this. So maybe I could start with Paul.
Well, thank you. Since, the mass casualty event, we've utilized the system very frequently here in Nova Scotia. I believe we had approximately 12 issuances for police-related events, and we've had a number of non-police-related events that we've issued for as well, water advisories and what have you. We haven't seen what I would define as mass panic in response to utilizations of those systems. Part of that is because, of course, as the system was rolled out nationally, there was fairly extensive testing to make people aware of the system, which began in December of 2015 and was done basically quarterly up until the mass casualty, and has continued. So there was public education with it beyond the tests. There were media campaigns, television commercials, social media, web presences, and what have you. So there was certainly, effort put in to make people aware of the system so that when it was used, it wouldn't be the first time they'd ever heard that sound or what have you, right? So we haven't seen that. There have been a couple of instances where there have been surges in calls to 911 and what have you. But generally, my take on it would be that we have not seen mass panic in response to utilization of the system.
Thank you. Cheryl?
I am aware that there is academic research that addresses the panic myth, and that it really doesn't exist, and that in fact fear response or fleeing behavior is actually quite a rational course of action in the face of danger. I don't recall the specific study, however the outcome was. The time when people panic is when they have no options left. Relating that to alerts, as long as alerts are clear, concisely stated, and provide a direction, I don't see how panic can be a expected outcome of advising the public of information that they need to know.
Jennifer, what's been the experience within Unamagi with the alerts?
So we've not seen that either. As a matter of fact, it's getting to the point now where if there is something transpiring within community, they're actually going on social media saying, where's the alert? So they're expecting that information now and that communication. As I'm sure most people are aware, a lot of our Indigenous communities are to some degree isolated. So getting that information out in a timely manner is usually very important. So in the event that one of our communities experienced our own shooting, and was a weapons call in an event that caused quite some panic through social media. It was at that time that we were able to send out an alert and say, yes, there is something going on in our community. We advise you to take precautions. However, it's not the time to panic, and we'll pass along more information. We've had other instances within our communities as well where there have been, let's say, a weapons complaint, for example, and there's been a large police presence. And so in order to not hamper that investigation, we've sent out an alert that simply says, yes, there's a large police presence in your community, but no, it's no threat to public safety. So getting the information out there has been severely beneficial to our communities. And like I said, to the point now that they're actually requesting those alerts. So no, we've not seen anything along the lines of a mass panic.
Thank you very much. Michael?
Thank you. I have only one experience, and it was very, very early on in our learning, really, from the invocation of the system. What we had was a grass fire moving very fast towards a housing area in rural Melbourne. And there were two consequences. First and foremost, parents dashed to the school that was in the middle of the housing development to collect their children. And the other was that everybody got on the road at the same time, which meant that those closest to the danger on the periphery of the fence line where the fire was closest found themselves unable to evacuate far quickly enough because everybody else was on the road in front of them. Now, not necessarily panic, but unintended consequences. It was a one-off because we learned from that about what to now put into the message content. And it's rather like boarding an aeroplane. Those seated at the back of the plane can go in first, those at the front go in last. And so we changed the content of the message to give more specific instructions. Plus, parents were educated that the school actually has an evacuation process. You don't need to drive to the school. The school will take care of that. So no real examples thereafter of any form of panic, just a better understanding of human behaviors and making sure message content helps the emergency services control that.
Thank you. And Tim, what has been your experience in Alberta with this?
Yeah, I'd like to build on the material that Cheryl and Mike have, Jennifer just mentioned, that we haven't seen that. One of the cases, and specifically, was Fort McMurray. We evacuated 80,000 people as a result of the wildfire coming into town. And I think what we're really talking about, as Mike has just said, is human behavior and warning response. So humans live their lives with the belief that they're not at risk. That's fundamentally, we go day to day on that. So the primary challenge to an alerter and to the organization is therefore to motivate people to take protective action. That's what we're asking them to do. They must believe the message that's coming to them. That must be verified, it must come from a trusted source, and that it impacts them directly. So I think when you're talking about mass panic, you're actually talking about two separate things. One is fearful behavior. It's not panic per se that's the issue, but rather fearful behavior. People do silly things because they're afraid. Now, generally, the way, and some of the research you're talking about is coming out of the University of Albany, their Center for Emergency Management and Warning. And what they've just said is that withholding information is more likely to produce a panic response simply because people don't know. They have to make up a scenario of their own that fits the situation. If you can see the flames, there's clearly a threat. What do I do? So using advisories or informational alerts in advance, be prepared to evacuate, the standard one. Gather your pills, your pets, your photos, your passports, fill your car with gas, and be prepared to evacuate on short notice. There's a common alert that's issued in a wildfire situation. And I draw on that one, Paul, simply because that's what's you're facing right now. So people are ready to go. They already have some information. They have a trusted source, and they're prepared. And so at that point, you've already dealt with some of the panic because you've given the best quality information. And Jennifer, you spoke to that, I think, exactly. The second part of that then is the evacuation process, which Mike mentioned. Now that to me speaks to the issue of an alerter must be able to play the game, what happens next? They must be able to think ahead and say what happens next. So it's incumbent upon the issuer to prepare alerts in advance, to think about these situations in advance so that you can talk about evacuation routes. And I'll draw on Fort Mac, but it's dated, it's 6 years old. But there's only one way in and one way out. So you have to think about evacuation. And then a lot of times what you do is you sequence the alerts. If you're in this community, out of sense, or if you're in this area north of the river, do this. If you're south of the river, do that. That's simply giving good quality of the information. And the sooner you get that warning out, the less likely you are to have panic because people have more time to prepare and respond. It's sort of message design with a very powerful tool is critical in getting good behavioral responses. So to work on it, for me, it's simple, clear, concise, complete. Those are the SC3. Those are the things that must be in there. And you can add timely as part of that as well. So I think if you do the pre-planning, it means a whole difference in operational capacity to deliver timely and effective messages. Rod, in his testimony, spoke about his binder, and in an alerting world, that's called templates. And that is, we can look back at history, prepare templates, knowing that these things may occur. You can't predict where and when, but you know that certain events are more likely to occur than others, and prepare for them. If you do that, the public trusts you, the likelihood of panic is greatly reduced. And I agree with your term, Cheryl. I think the myth of panic is more likely reflects a lack of preparation and experience than it does of actual human behavior.
Thank you, Tim. Picking up on that, I was thinking about, Michael, something you said earlier this week, just in our preparation. You talked about 3 levels of alerts in Australia. The watch, let me make sure I get it right. You're going to know. So watch, warning, and act. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yes, as others have alluded to, particularly Tim, the dynamics of an emergency can be very, very fast, slow burn, and the first responder getting their situational awareness will refer back to the command and control center where the alert will come from, that will determine that this looks like it's going to escalate. So I'm now going to send out just an advice message, which is effectively putting everybody on notice to prepare, that you may have to move. As the situation builds, it's a watch and act. So you now really are going to have to get yourself ready, and you are almost certainly going to have to act. And when you receive the emergency alert as the third phase, you will act. And that's exactly what happens. Some events, of course, will go straight to the emergency alert. There is no build-up. It is straight to the emergency alert. And then what will follow is, as the scenario continues to develop, more alerts will be distributed as emergency alerts to update. And if the situation moves, like a bushfire can change direction in the wind, or an active shooter could go to another suburb, the emergency alert capability follows that, trying to predict the areas to warn. So yes, we have the advice, wake up, watch and act, get ready, emergency alert, go now, act.
Thank you. And tying into all of that is the accuracy of a trusted source's information. That's what I want to turn to next. And you mentioned, Michael, yesterday, the paralysis of accuracy, I think is how you put it. And Cheryl told me yesterday there's another one, paralysis of analysis. And so I'd like maybe each of you to speak about what you're talking about there, and how that can get in the way of an effective emergency response. I think, Michael, since you just spoke, I'll pass it over to Cheryl, and we'll come back to you.
Paralysis of analysis, essentially, it entails waiting for perfect conditions, perfect amount of information before acting on it. One can become so consumed with seeking 100% accuracy that the opportunity passes them by. There's also a concept within policing which is called, what did you know, when did you know it, and what did you do about it? Even within emergency management, there is also the concept of communicating with what you know. This is what we know now, and you have an obligation to communicate with communities, particular people who are being affected. We don't know everything, but this is what we know now. And I think it's incredibly valuable, and it's an obligation to communicate with the people who are affected by the information that you have that pertains to their safety. One does not want to get caught up in the paralysis of analysis, because then you won't move. You won't make a decision.
Yeah.
It's a risk.
Michael, anything you would add to that?
Well, you can't give me another go at this. But there are other component parts that can contribute to this paralysis of analysis or accuracy. Some of the worst I have seen is message content language, where the message is then routed to behavioral scientists to go through the language being used to check whether or not it will actually engender the right human behavior. Just building in totally unnecessary layers of bureaucracy before the message goes out. And whilst there's that void, other channels which are uncontrolled from social media will fill that void. And we certainly saw that in 2005 with the 7/7 terrorist attacks, where it was more than 60 minutes before we were actually fully able to comprehend it was a sustained terrorist campaign of force, not simultaneous, but almost simultaneous devices. We said nothing to the public. I was there in the control room. And it's a big learning for us, because in that void of our silence, all sorts of other stuff was being said in speculation. And as Cheryl just said, being able to say something, this is what we know right now, it may change, but on the basis of what we know now, we need you to take the following action. And those three questions, what did you know, when did you know it, what did you do about it? I know very well as a former senior detective, they really come back and bite you if you hold on from information that you control that will actually affect the safety and reduce harm to the public.
So, Tim, I'm thinking about how this conversation ties in to processes of emergency alerting and centralized, decentralized systems. How can processes contribute to the paralysis of analysis?
Yeah, the approval process is one that you're never going to have all the information you need at the time you need it and be able to deliver that. So I think you have to understand that you're going to do with your best guess. Personally, as an alert issuer, I've always believed that I can apologize for things not getting as bad as I thought they were going to be. I can't apologize for not saying anything. I have to be able to have done that. So preparation is critical. You prepare for events. You let the public know that you're prepared and you're ready, and that's the whole point of emergency preparedness week that we've just gone through last week. And also preparing for the accidental or mistakes. That's part of a good alerting process and alerting program. We can all draw on situations where alerts were issued either accidentally or with errors. That's part of the process. One of the things I see regularly is we train people how to issue an alert. We don't train them how to fix an alert and how to adjust the message when the situation either changes or the information you received was just plain wrong. And that happens. Simply a highly fluid situation. Again, it's so dark and you have to make decisions based on what you know and what you see. So preparing for accidental warning should be a normal course of business. Every alert has three phases. As a the original issuance, we send out the alert, an update, in other words, the situation has changed, and some kind of cancellation process or cancellation message. Each one of those is a predictable step. This is all predictable. Therefore, deal with it and prepare for it and help your people who are on the keyboard and in the op center and like Mike was talking about, prepare for each of those eventualities. That's good training. And that has to be reiterated time and time again. People have to practice that. One of the concerns I have is that there's a separation between the issuance and the approval. And that can cause a delay, both in terms of updating and issuing the message, but also in canceling it when it's inappropriate. Because you have to get approval from somebody above you. And this becomes the liability argument. If we say something and it wasn't right, we're in trouble. If we admit to that, we could be even more trouble. That's the reality of mass communications when you're dealing at a societal level. You don't have all the information, so you plan for it and prepare for it. That's good training. That's good alert training.
And I'm just thinking about our roundtable package materials, and in there was a little bundle of media coverage of alerts in recent times. And one was an example in Pickering, I believe. Was it? Can you speak a little bit about that, how these concepts tie into that?
So my knowledge here is secondhand because I wasn't in the operations center, but I can follow through with the report, and you know, Paul, that was presented, that in the Pickering situation, the NAD system, they were training as part of their standard operating procedure. The EMO, the Emergency Management Organization, was training on Sunday morning. They were thought they were using the NADS training system. They, in fact, went live with the message basically was there's no event. They accidentally went live, and then there was a delay in 40-minute range. I don't have the specifics in front of me, but around 40 minutes. That brings the whole system into disrepute because people are saying, you sent out a message that there is no event. And instead of having the issuer have the ability to instantly say, whoops, we made a mistake, sorry, there's nothing to be concerned about, sending out a cancellation message. There was a delay, and that delay causes concern. Public is not sure what's going on. You've used a very powerful tool. And so, they put steps in afterwards, learn from that experience and put steps in. Alerting is a human behavior, and as a result will be subject to error. Reality. Now, you can do a lot of things to minimize that, but that will happen. And that's with any human behavior.
Paul, I'm wondering what your take is on how do you manage that sort of tension between accuracy and moving quickly, making sure that it's a trusted good information in a highly dynamic and emerging situation?
Sure. It really depends on the kind of the scenario in which the system is being utilized. What I would kind of phrase as a conventional utilization for us would be a situation where we're the lead agency. So it could be something like a hurricane or a critical infrastructure failure or what have you. A part of our standard operating procedures whenever we have an event like that occur is pretty much the first thing we do is activate our provincial coordination center. And that will bring in EMO staff, we'll staff that up, but also bring in our partner agencies specific to the event. So if it's something that's being driven, for example, a large ice storm or some type of a technical failure impacting, power or telecommunications, or maybe the outputs of a large hurricane, we'll have the key partners there with us, and we'll be in a unified command scenario. So it'll be us, other provincial departments, so it'll be relevant to the response, and critical infrastructure partners and other groups. We're looking at that list of 32 alert types, and we're looking to see if those events are happening. And then we're looking at our standard operating procedures to see, based on the information we're getting of what's happening, is the severity of this to the point where conventional media technologies, social media, Everbridge, what have you, is the severity of the event requiring alert? And if it's yes, and it's an alert type, then we've got that information there from our partners, because whether it be coming in from a CI partner, critical infrastructure, or another provincial department, we've got it, we've made that determination. We have staff in our PCC who are ready and trained on this. We simply input the message and we get it out. So we can make that determination quickly. If it's a scenario where it's events that we're not lead on, we're dependent upon the entity which is lead making that determination independently that the alert is required. They're determining that other means of communication aren't sufficient in that scenario, and then contacting us and providing that message, at which point we'll load it up and get it out. So that's kind of the realm in which we're operating with it. So if it's something that we're kind of leading or in a unified command scenario, we're well positioned to move quickly on that. If it's an event that we're not directly involved in, we're dependent upon that partner. And that's that tension which was spoken to earlier around the centralized versus the decentralized or the hybrid, right? With regard to the actual message itself, I mean, analysis paralysis is certainly well known. And, you don't want to be in scenarios where you're waiting to get it perfect and you don't get it out. We've certainly recently had scenarios where we've issued alerts for landslides and what have you when we saw events developing quickly. So you can structure a message. In our experience, we're not going to be overly specific if we don't have the specific details. So we'll frame the message so that it's relevant to the information that we have, and then keeping that timeliness in mind, seek to get that message out.
So when you're in a situation where the central figure, the NSEMO, is not the lead in response, and it's a situation where time is of the essence, how do you get the right balance between being sure that you're getting good information from a trusted source?
The lead agency needs to make that determination. In many cases, we may not even have situational awareness, that there's an event underway. So basically, that agency would have to make that determination and contact us, and then we would, get the information required from them for the alert and look to load it up into the system and distribute it. But we don't have situational awareness on things that aren't falling under EMO's kind of purview, per se, for lack of a better term.
And I guess I'm thinking of a situation, say, where especially some of the police agencies in rural areas can be very small.
Sure.
And it could be that the individual who has the authority to contact you, to issue an alert, is actually quite involved in the critical incident response. How do you verify that the right person is giving you this direction when it's a really fast-paced emerging situation?
Certainly. So some of the updates that we put in place since the mass casualty, and this would be specific for police agencies which do not have direct access. So what they would do is they'd contact us, and we have a form that we've developed in collaboration with them. And really the intent of that form is to organize the required information in the format that's needed to get it quickly inputted into the alert ready kind of web interface, for lack of a better term. The way that we verify who that person is, because of course there are security concerns. I mean, similar to, as Tim was speaking to a moment ago around Pickering, you want to protect the integrity of the system. You don't want to have a false alert go out, if at all possible, especially in a law enforcement scenario. So for these agencies which are still requesting through us, they've identified particular officers who they've delegated authority to request alerts. We train with them quarterly just to make sure that they're comfortable with the platform and an opportunity for them to ask any questions or bring forward any concerns. We've also put in place verification protocols so that they can be uniquely identified when they contact us, so that we can be sure that the person coming in with that request is authorized. So that's how we address that.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to move on to another area, if that's okay with everyone. Okay. Another thing that we heard yesterday from Michael was, I guess this is me thinking a little bit as well, but we heard we heard the term alerting fatigue. And I want to talk about that concept a little bit. And the other thing I got from you yesterday, Michael, is that you would use alerts when the normal first responder response isn't gonna do it. Like something more is needed. And so there can be times when, say, an emergency response, or sorry, an emergency alert is sent when it doesn't reach that threshold. So I want to talk a little bit about the threshold, but I was thinking of it as kind of a spectrum. There's on one end, you've got the issuing an alert, say, for a commonplace type of situation on one end of the spectrum, where you perhaps run the risk of alerting fatigue. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you have the view that an alert will only be issued as the absolute last resort. And so I want to explore what's the sweet spot here. What's the right point at which an alert should be issued along the spectrum? So Michael, I was tying that into your evidence yesterday, but I'd like to start with you, Jennifer, if that's all right, especially given that maybe also if you can, speak to types of alerts. There's different types of alerts for different situations.
Yeah, so we worried about the fatigue as well. So Everbridge is an amazing platform, and it can basically do everything but wash your dishes. So we had to work with Everbridge to ask them to tailor their program to our needs. And our needs may be different than most other needs. Our needs were emergency alert only. We're not sending out information about, something happening in the local community. There's a community gathering, there's a powwow. It's not about that. When we're sending you something, it's because it's something you need to know about. So we've sent alerts for everything from where, as I've referenced already, that we had a community that we did have a weapons complaint and there was shots fired and somebody was in fact shot in our community. We've sent alerts out for boil water orders. Of course, that's going to be important and infect your entire community. Most of our communities do only have a one-way in, one-way out. One of our communities had a very severe motor vehicle accident and it shut down the highway. The beauty of sending that alert was there were people that were not in community and now they knew they couldn't get back home. So had they not received that alert, they would have been sitting there on the highway without whatever means necessary, that, medication. The road ended up being closed for 4 hours. And so thankfully those community members knew, don't attempt to come back. You're not going to get into your community, the same as you're not going to be able to exit the community as well. The alerts we've sent out specifically for missing children have been a wide array. And I want to point out, when we're talking about language and the wording that you need to use in these alerts, you have to be very careful because you don't want to instill panic, and you also don't want to put out information that is really irrelevant to the situation. So we've had situations where young people have gone missing, but we know they have threatened self-harm and we need to find their whereabouts. We're not broadcasting that information. We're saying that we're concerned for their well-being. Could you help us locate the person? Every single one that we've sent, all 35, have been reunited with their families in less than an hour. We've had the RCMP come to us and say, you did in less than an hour what we couldn't do in 24 hours or more. So our alerts have been successful, but the wording is very important. When we had the shooting within one of our communities, we didn't know what was happening. It was random. Somebody was shot within their home. We had no more information about that. Community was panicked, thinking we're having a repeat of the reason why we're all here today. And so information had to get out very quickly. And social media can be your friend and your enemy. And it was evolving on social media before we even had all the information within our communities. So when we send out that alert, we had to be very careful to use the language that's appropriate for the situation. The minute you say the words active shooter, that is going to instill a whole new level of fear. So we had to be very careful and word it specifically saying that, yes, there's something going on, but hang on a second, it's not time to panic yet. And here's the reason why.
And I was thinking also about what you were describing to me in the last little while about, I think you have a couple ways to send the alerts depending on the situation. So, and the story you told about the first time that you issued an alert.
Yeah, so I won't lie. I made mistakes, but because that's to be expected, this was brand new to me. And the very first alert we ever sent out, we had, actually it was the system was supposed to become live on September 1st. And this was on August 27th. So the system had been promoted. We had about 1,000 people registered in one specific community. So people knew about it, they knew it was coming, but everybody also knew that the launch date was September 1st. But I received a phone call at 1:45 in the morning that there was a young lady missing in this particular community. I know your system's not active, but can you send the alert anyway? Well, sure, of course, I'm never going to say no to that instance. Spoke with the RCMP, they were involved in the investigation, and it was agreed that we were going to send out the alert. Well, I'm kind of trembling, waiting to hit that send button because I'm about to wake up 1,000 people in a community to tell them this. And, you know, I make sure to the RCMP, are you sure? And he says, yes, send the alert. I hit the send button and I'm literally pacing the floor because this is our very first alert. It's going to be well received or not. It's going to be on social media or not. And within seconds, it was posted on social media. It was extremely well received, except we rang the elder's house phone at 1:45 in the morning to tell them that a young person was missing. We rang them again 45 minutes later to tell them they were found. Probably not our best decision. It was after that that we realized, okay, wait a minute, there's got to be a better way to do this, where that may not have necessarily been necessary to wake up the entire community. And so we were able to work with the people at Everbridge to come up with what we call a text-only option, where it sends out a text message and an email only, and it does not ring the elder's host phone. So we've made that decision now, and the majority of our alerts will go out in that manner, unless it's something that directly affects and is imminent threat to life and safety of everybody in the community. A boil water order is an example of that. We are going to send that out by all paths. We're going to ring that elder's host phone. And then other than that, it's probably going to be something along the lines of a mass evacuation, something that is going to directly affect them where we do need to wake them in the middle of the night.
Thank you. Cheryl, I'll turn it to you now, just to comment on sort of the sweet spot. What is the sweet spot for too frequent alerts or not, not frequent enough?
I don't think I have the answer for that. I could share a few ideas. We live in such an information-rich, almost overload society that we get communication from so many sources. We have historically the traditional news media, social media, now this tool. And I think the hard work needs to be done to really sort out those different levels of communicating. Tim, you mentioned the imminent threat, the threat to life safety, the highest notification level possible that requires that interruptive broadcast intrusive alert, and then perhaps cascading down on some sort of scale. This is still important information. It needs to be shared, but perhaps it isn't relevant to the mass population of a province. And, using, for example, Amber Alerts, the complaints received in Ontario of an Amber Alert issued in Thunder Bay, and complaints from Southern Ontario about receiving the Amber Alert at 4 in the morning. I know there are two sides of opinion on that. Some are they don't find it relevant to them, and others say, bring it on, bring every alert there is. I think the hard work needs to be done of communicating and feedback with all stakeholders, and to find that spot, whether it is a cascading range of these kinds of alerts, that hard, pedantic planning, gathering information work in advance. We don't want to wait until it's happening to do this thinking. It needs to be set up in advance. And with smaller, your communities, they're more cohesive. I think it's easier. In a larger metropolitan area, it's more challenging. We have a very diverse country. We have different regional populations, expectations. Every one of those need to be taken into account. It's going to be hard work. It's that planning piece of the emergency management cycle, which not everyone really likes to do. It's hard. It's difficult. It's detailed. That's where you do all that mitigating planning. It's far easier. It's far easier to respond and solve problems on the fly. It gives that adrenaline, that problem solving, but it's the hard piece in the middle where the bulk of the work needs to happen.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'm just thinking, Tim, about a report that came out in 2021 about public attitudes towards wireless public alerting, and how that plays into determining what the sweet spot is.
Yeah, I'm going to be in violent agreement with both Jennifer and Cheryl here. I think they're hitting the thing right on the head. We talk about alerting as if it was a homogeneous event. It is not. There are grades and gradations between A and B. At the broadcast intrusive level, the most serious, where all channels fire using every means possible to alert the public, I think we're faced with 4 real criteria. This is what we teach. 1, there must be a rare and extreme event. It has to be a threat to public safety. It must be an egregious threat. It can't be something that just happens, a minor traffic accident resulting in, unfortunately, a death. Second, the risk must be immediate and it's happening now. We want. Third, that the normal communication channels are not available. In other words, we don't have other ways to get the information out. And finally, that the alert will provide critical life-saving information. There are many things happen in the world in which we can do nothing about. I'll just give you a quick fun example. One of the things when we're teaching is a spaceship is coming to Earth. It's going to land in Canada. Do you issue an alert for that? What would be your instruction? Look up. So in that case, my answer would be no. So those 4 criteria must be met. Otherwise, we get into the alert fatigue where we're starting to fire alerts for Ebola, be on the lookout for, those kind of things. The sweet spot is to be able to understand that criteria and selectively decide to issue an alert when it is appropriate. It meets those needs of an imminent need. What Jennifer was talking about is then 2nd and 3rd level alerts. I call them advisories, communications, public notifications, and then health alerts. And we've certainly seen that in COVID. The methods that you use to reach the public with those alerts will be contingent upon the urgency, severity, and certainty of the event and the threat to the public. So that we can't talk about a sweet spot. I think you have to think about multiple sweet spots and nuanced discussion because, for example, Jennifer, in your situation, that was particularly germane for that community. But if you'd gone province-wide with that alert, the pushback is considerable. And this goes now to your comment about the work, the WPA study done by the Canadian CRTC, and also the private alerting company, PZ, has issued or has voluntarily conducted surveys following each test since 2018. This test was done on last Wednesday. They've just released preliminary data on Monday. of approximately 7,100 respondents. And people support, in general, if I can summarize this stuff, people support alerts if it's relevant and germane to them. I often say that people will complain, if I live on the top of a hill, I don't care about the flood. If I live on the bottom of the hill, I really care about the flood. So they want that information to be direct and germane to them. Question of Amber Alerts that Cheryl raised has generated considerable pushback, particularly in Ontario, because people feel that information using all tools, broadcast immediate, broadcast intrusive, if you will, is not germane to them. And therefore, why am I getting this alert? So we have to be conscious. Remember I said earlier, you have to play the what happens next game. You have to be good at that. And issuing an alert to all people for something that doesn't directly affect them is likely to produce some kind of pushback. And that's a problem. They start turning the system off. So those decisions on terms of the alert level and type lie with SORM and with the alert issuers of the day. And they have to make that decision based on their perception of the situation and the benefits to the public.
Michael, anything you'd add to this conversation?
Going to be the difficult child. I'm going to be far more robust. From my experience, we started out with the National Telephony Warning System Guidelines, one of the exhibits from yesterday, in which we said it would be good, a message would be more effective if it had one or other of these conditions met. That's on page 8. Our learning moved very quickly, and there are 2 other exhibits I'd draw the commissioners to. One was my presentation to CACP on the May 12th, 2021, and thank you, Cheryl, for allowing me to present to your audience. The other was my notes, pages 55, 56. What we realized is that you need very clear invocation criteria and authorization criteria, and those exhibits set those out. If the conditions are not met, then the alert does not go. And I could go through them if it would be helpful, but as you've had them before, and I talked about them briefly yesterday, it's your choice, Chris. So do you want me to mention them again?
Just if you can do it quite briefly. Just for
There has to be an imminent or actual threat. And as Tim articulated, there are conditions that go with that. Time is of the essence. It's geographically targeted. The message content tells people quite clearly where it is and what they have to do. And it uses language that gets that across. If you haven't got that, then you cannot use the system. And you'll find in those exhibits, they are yes or no. And if you do not have a full set of yeses, the message doesn't go. And that way, in Australia, we have avoided, or they have avoided now, message fatigue, because there are very, very clear criteria that must be met before the button is pressed. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Michael. Paul, anything you'd like to add on this topic?
No, I think it's been well covered. Basically, the message content is key, and obviously striking that balance between accuracy and useful information versus timeliness is one of the variables that has to be considered. But I think Tim and Michael have covered it well.
Thank you. I think I'm aware we're referring to several documents right now. I'm just going to confirm the exhibit numbers and state those in a moment. I'm thinking, if it's all right, I know we're a little bit early, but if we could take a break, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, they're not happy. They're getting destroyed over here. They know it. Good job, everybody. You're keep it up. Keep it up. The pressure. I'm just going to keep throwing in their garbage words downtown and the whatever that is, the ticker. I love the new speak. Break. Yeah, let's take a break. Go have a cake. Us. You can tell by the way that they speak, because I may sound loony, but I know they're watching, right? And they're seeing how it's being received. And that's why they go to the break, right? You can hear it in their voice, because then they have to go away and re-strategize. Oh, well, people aren't buying it. What do we need to do now? Right? This is the way it works. It's a chess game. The whole thing has been a chess game everywhere. But as long as you stay with it, right? Because that's what keeps them on the run. They're not going to, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. 1 hour and 7 minutes before a break. I should have scribbled in there yesterday, actual working time, because then we can work out, how much they're getting paid per hour, right? We'll start doing that and putting that up every day, how much somebody was being paid yesterday. Lawyers equally are getting paid a lot of money, right? Are they asking the questions? Are they asking the pertinent questions? Or are we talking about alert fatigues? And what was the last one there? I just added that one. Message fatigue. If I'm missing some, please let me know. Yeah, type out when the garbage newspeak comes in, because all it is to snow you. 3 hours, 43 minutes. Okay, so let's do a little basic math. Let's call that 4 hours. That's how much does McDonald get paid again per diem? Wages of sin. How much does McDonald get paid? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. 4 hours. 4 hours, right? So if it's 5,200 between three, it's over $1,000. It's 1,250 an hour. Pretty good. I know my dad billed out fairly high, but I recall one member of the press staged huge, not to publish. Hopefully there'll be protests down at the MCC. That would be really good, right where it's, right where all the press are. That's where people need to be. Right out in front of the cameras, and then, doesn't look so good. Can't hide from that one. Of course, it's bollocks. It's all bollocks. Bollocks! I'm wearing the right $2,000 per day. So he's getting paid $500 an hour. I think once in a while he hits a microphone button sometimes, especially if people are talking in the audience, like families. And he shuts them down. Hey, you, stop that. Don't talk. We need to keep it on track here. It's about message fatigue. That was it. That was what happened. Don't you know? Hit the sunrise list. Well, people, to dial it, well, I don't need to say there for sure. But people are really becoming aware, which is awesome. And this is why, got to keep this message going, got to pump it out to people, please. Please spread around, because it's one thing to hear about it. It's another thing to watch the horror show going down in person. Right? I mean, I was reading CBC's Twitter line yesterday, which I responded to something awful, I think. No, yeah, screw off with your update terms of service. We wanted to tell you what is better. No, I'm not accepting anything you give me. I don't accept it. How's that? I don't accept. But it's ClickRoll. You have to. No, I don't. CBC was talking about the weather. They were talking about all kinds of gobbledygook. Remember at the beginning, the killer bees? They were on that story right away. Down in Nova Scotia, biggest murder in the history of this country. Mass murder. And they wanted to talk about killer bees. I think that was the day the press conference was, wasn't it? 24th? $500. I want my underwear back. And I'm just picking on one person there, right? It's the millions and millions, and it's not 13 million. It's way, 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 way higher than that. Even the people who can't design a website or design a they design a website that comes down. It's from the handbook that I talk about, the binder. Make the website as user unfriendly as possible, while we have relativity over here, and we can just type in whatever we want to know and we find out the answer right away from all source material, and we can watch it all and we just get the answer. No, we're going to design, even those people who design the worst website possible and intentionally, they get paid lots of money too. I wonder how well that works on their resume. Yes, I designed the MCC website. Don't you know it's so usable? Please go and check it out. This is my reference material. It's terrible. Oh, we're not hiring you. You suck. Yeah, but they told me. Decision fatigue. It's decision fatigue they're suffering from that night. That email, and I know I'm going to come across a lot more, is so telling. Because that's Carol, so now we're into white shirts, and I'm guaranteeing you it came from Ottawa. Do not, because they're going to blow the op. The red-in people, they'll handle it. No alert. How can there be a fatigue? Yeah, of course. What kind of fatigue do you have if there's no alert? But we were worried. We were worried people might stay in their homes if we put stay in your homes. So use the logic. If they thought this might cause panic, why did RCMP members phone their families? Were they worried about the panic then and friends? Oh no, they weren't. That's right. Derp! RCMP are looking like fools. They are. They're and the good people who weren't read in that night, their organization and across this country is absolutely being decimated. It will never recover from this. And there are people, even though I know they sit there and they laugh and they giggle and they think that it will go away, there are people that will not let it go away. I can assure you, I am one. And I got lots of time. I'm okay. Not going to die over here. Nothing happened. And lots of yous are just going to keep on reminding them all the time, in the social media platforms. What are you doing over there? Hey, do you remember? I know your name. I've seen your face before. Oh, gonna follow them around everywhere. Unless you get off the ship, right? That's what you need to do. Then you're not going down with it. Especially, you have to do the right thing, which is just come clean. Just come clean and be like, yeah, this is what I knew. This was how I participated. You start blowing whistles and we get it cleaned up. Not buried under a rug. Not buried underneath a rug, because then it just happens again. And the more that this shit happens, the further they're going to push that envelope, the further that they have. It's demonstrable, provable over time. I'm experiencing message fatigue from all RCMP, MCC. Can we mute their mics and tell them this is what your bosses want to now fix it? Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember. Sorry. I don't remember approving such an email. Do you? And you know that this is way late in the game. That's why the earlier ones are going to come out. Oh, no, don't tell anybody, because of course, you know that. Shown it here. 10/14, they knew. No matter how much they want to try and say, oh, well, we didn't know. Some people might not have, and that some officers might not have, and that's quite legitimate. But certainly, if it's going over the air in Cumberland, I think they know. Darren's own affidavit says it. We were checking for cars, real cars. Okay. You knew. And you shut it down. And that got kicked upstairs real fucking fast. Because of whatever they're doing down there, truly. Which is the thing that they want to hide. Let's see how long the break is. Julia, you got that on. Because I'm having a feeling it's running overtime here. They're trying to piece together their next move. Maybe they'll move to Ron's table number 2. Number 2! We'll have the Australian friend, possibly, of Balin back. Brenda's friend, Balin. Killer Bees, I believe. Murder Hornets was first appearance for Campbell's Pressers. Airsoft gun construction noise with Bergerman leather. Airsoft was 24. 24. See the timing? Everything's about timing. The same day that they have the press conference, the first major press conference where the media was like, oh, thank you very much for that very detailed 5 pins in a map or whatever the hell that was with like 4 times. Very detailed. I don't think that's very detailed. And certainly looking at the documents, what they knew then and what they told, but it's an ongoing investigation. If it's an ongoing investigation and you thought nothing was happening, then why couldn't you tell people? Oh, that's right. Ongoing something. What was the new acronym this came up for? Or what was it? Abbreviation? What did we get? Some mass cover up something or others? Very possible. Maybe it's right in there with the accounts of Clayfield. denture clinic. What was the other one that changed into a diner? And then another one that's operating out of a dry cleaner. Oh, I like that one. It's a dry cleaner, and it's also a charity, and a consignment store, and a denture clinic. That's website then changes to, oh, that's right, selling hoodies. Okay, that sounds legit. I got to get that. Great at silencing anyone who doesn't fit their narrative, says Jamie. I don't even know what to say to you. Like, how do you, I'm just some boy in Alberta. How do you talk to family? I don't even know how you guys can deal with it, honestly. I was actually saying that to somebody yesterday. Called them, and I was like, maybe I'm, it seems to rile me up more than other people. Maybe I'm missing something. Because if I am, I want to know. Maybe I'm missing what they're saying, but it's a whole bunch of goo. You didn't send the alert. I get very stuck. I'm stuck on April 18, 19. Let's stay there. And you want to go off onto language and, you know, the stakeholders is always a buzzword. They throw out sweet spots and message fatigues and all kinds of bunk about, no, I'm still stuck at, you didn't send the message. And you made the decision to not send it. Even though multiple members asked about it, including Heidi. That's where I stay stuck. That's cover up. Any records? New Brunswick RCMP called and hit the road for what time? Yeah, no, that's all in the documents. They were still checking New Brunswick the next morning for cars, legit cars. In the morning. No, I'm not talking like 2. I think probably, I'm guessing about 8:30, 8:45. Oh no. Read in? Probably not. MCC is speeding by the relevant information. Warp 5. Yeah, absolutely. And now it is eat up the clock so they can pretend that they've got some kind of an excuse for the next, 2-3 months. You watch. They've been floating this one, and I've spoken about it before. They're going to try and get this shut down so that they can then stop giving the documents. Because the documents, even though it takes a hell of a lot to go through it, and it's not possible for one person, let alone even a group of people. Relativity. Titan share. Why not? I paid for this. You paid for it. I want my underwear back. And if I paid for it, I certainly want my product. Give it to me! Now!
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
9 people directly. And that as soon as they had a tally on the number, I was saying, that is a major lawsuit right then. Sue from day one, I think I said, but major lawsuit, absolute 100% easily provable culpability. You didn't send the alert. You knew about it. Guilty. Wouldn't take any time. Well, but can you see them trying to float this reasonably in a court to a judge, like one that's not corrupt? How long do you think he's going to entertain this balls? She is going to entertain it. They're going to say irrelevant. And if you don't come to this courtroom with something relevant, don't come at all. And I'm going to find judgment in absentia. Don't waste my time. Absolutely. That, like, seriously, that was the way my grandfather was. 100%. Yes, it sounds like it, eh? They've got a new voice person. Excuse me. The show will commence. Be sure to finish your drinks and don't bring them in from the lobby. Yes, they did. Highly illogical. If we do not change the course, I know my girlfriend, she's watching. I don't know if she's up. No, she won't be up. Well, maybe. She's watching. Illogical. I'm kind of like Vulcan. Oh, I think they're going to come back. Let's not forget the email here. I got it on the tweeters. I put the link. It's a good one. It's a doozy. There's some stuff in there about Maureen. Oh, and also you can tell that it's sent from a phone that has GPS. Shields up. What skirt can we hide behind now, Captain?
Okay, I think we're ready to resume. And before we get back into the substantive discussion, I have just a couple of housekeeping notes. One, which I should have said at the outset, is that these proceedings are being transcribed and also translated into ASL. So just a reminder to speak nice and slowly so our translator can keep up.
Eat up the clock.
That's housekeeping one. And then the second is I wanted to connect some of the documents we've been referring to. I want to be sure it's clear which documents we're speaking of, so I can provide the exhibit numbers and COM numbers for those. So just before the break, I spoke about a recent CRTC report called Attitudes Towards Wireless Public Alerting System in Canada, and that's entered as Exhibit 1371, and COM reference is 0057393. We also referenced the slide deck that Michael Hallows presented to the CACP in May of 2021. That's Exhibit 1348, and that's COM 0057413. And finally, I referenced the bundle, or a few pages of summarizing media reports in the last few years about alerting that our research and policy team prepared. That's Exhibit 1370, COM number 000-57392. Okay, so that is the housekeeping piece. I think we'll move back into the conversation. So I'd like to turn now to a discussion of alerting technologies. So as you know, we're looking at systems design and also the technology. So I'd like to check in with each of you on, maybe speaking a little bit about systems, the technology that you're familiar with from your experience, and its pros and cons, as well as where the technology could go, where it might in fact be going, and what some of the considerations we need to have in mind coming down the road for us. So, Michael, maybe I'll start with you, because we know you spoke to us about systems used in Europe and Australia, which I've heard called bidirectional alerting. I think you referred to it as two-way SMS alerting. Can you tell us a little bit about that and its up and downsides?
Of course. I'll just take you back a stage. So in Europe, as well as in Australia and elsewhere in the world, it used to be an either or. You either went down the technology of broadcasting, which was cell broadcast, or you went down the technology route of location-based SMS. They have different functionalities, and it was a very clear choice as to what you wanted based upon your operational requirements. That world has moved on now to having a hybrid, where many countries have now purchased a platform that offers them both capabilities. Where the requirements is now taking many emergency services is the ability to engender a two-way conversation with the recipient of the message. One in particular is offered by the supplier. I haven't yet seen it being put into use, but it gives the recipient the opportunity in the content to reply to the SMS, and it is only via SMS. One, for example, they type 1 to say, I have received the alert and I am compliant with the instruction. 2, I've received the alert, but I'm choosing, for example, I'm not going to evacuate, I'm going to stay and defend. And 3, I've received the message and I need help. And there are processes behind the platform that then trigger a response individually back to each individual who has pressed number 3. Otherwise, the system will store the 1s and the 2s as well as store the 3s. So that can be used not only in country, but for citizens when they are traveling overseas. The same capability. And we've seen when citizens have returned to Canada during COVID, their cell phone registration is picked up and they receive a message by virtue of the fact they have returned to Canada that explains to them their quarantine isolation conditions. So that's where technology is taking us at the moment. But I know that there are broader ones looking at a whole range of streaming and internet services that we're used to.
All right, and maybe just to quickly touch on your evidence yesterday. So that's talking about the future. What about the present with that? The other thing to be clear about is you mentioned broadcast type and SMS type. Can you define those clearly and tell us where we're at today with the SMS?
In the Canadian context, you are not in the SMS environment. Whilst you may use SMS to send to the population that there will be an alert-ready test, the actual test runs over the cell broadcast capability, so they're very different. The issues with cell broadcast is it's very good for fast-moving events where you want to just send a message to everybody about an event such as a tornado. Though for the emergency services, particularly the police and fire and rescue services, the value add from SMS is it actually shows you how many cell phones are registering within the warning area. When you send the message, it tells you precisely how many of those cell phones the system successfully delivered them to. And there are other features in there. It'll tell you what type of device it is, because it may be something like a handheld bank card reader you're never going to get a response from. It doesn't receive SMS, but it's still on the network. You can get a range of other features because out of your IMSI, the SIM card number, we know the country code. So we know how many nationalities we have and possibly other languages. all feature sets that are valuable now that were latent but are now being exploited for public safety. One of the other value adds that comes with SMS, because it's taking the registration from the network, you will see as the incident commander, by using the system, it can display the data without you sending an alert by constantly monitoring cell phone registrations within the warning area, a heat map to show you the concentrations of people. Now, that could be people who are trapped, or it could be people who are making their way out of an area to evacuate, which you can see the effectiveness in effectively real time or near real time. And by that, I mean, it's about a 2-second delay. So those are the types of capability that, having moved from, in most countries, the genesis has been weather related, natural disaster related. So it was very much a broadcast, to now one of policing and emergencies that affect public safety in a different context. So they are police led, that the police incident commanders need a much richer source of data to get situational awareness remotely from the ground, through the ubiquitous nature of having the population, most of whom carry a cell phone.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Tim, I think I'd like to turn to you, maybe just to pick up on Michael's comments. What are there any considerations or downsides to using that type of SMS system in Canada?
Yes. So, Mike, you and I agree on most things. On this one, we agree to disagree. So this discussion regarding wireless technology was extensively reviewed and researched under the CRTC, Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Decision 2017-91, paragraphs 50 to 55. Because Mike and I talk about this, I'm familiar with these sections. So their SMS, Mike is exactly correct, has been used voluntarily by the telecommunications providers for people returning to Canada. When their phones picked up the new thing, they received a COVID message. And it was a way to provide the new restrictions and information to that. The commission, though, the Radio and Television Commission, the CRTC, Telecommunications Commission, though, asked for comment on this back in 2017 and made a decision which was fully supported by the telcos. We have to understand there's costs associated to these, and these costs are not borne by the government. They're borne by the telcos who are providing this service at the direction of the CRTC. So there's been some very specific discussion about LBSMS versus CB. The decision we've landed on is CB. That's the way it is. The advantage of it, as Mike said, is speed. We broadcast like a radio or television. Anybody in the area receives it. Anybody coming into the area receives it. SMS allows for better feedback, bi-directional communications, as Mike said, and that's a great advantage. However, you run into the question of time. How much time does it take to go through those? And certainly in 2017, when the major wireless service providers were just presenting to the CRTC, they talked about time as a difficult thing to manage. Now, Mike, we can talk about the advances in the last 5 years, but that was one of the major considerations given at that time.
Thank you, Tim. And just for the benefit of those of us who don't live this, what's CB?
Cell broadcast.
Cell broadcast?
Mm-hmm. It's like a radio station or TV station. Anyone, a message goes out, 4878, 4876 channel, which is a hidden channel on your cell phone, and you receive the message and a notification pops up, complete with the alert tone, the Canadian alert attention signal, honk, honk, honk. It's an 8-second tone.
And how is it different from an SMS? And what is, I forget what
Short
SMS?
message service.
Short message service.
Yeah, an SMS message is the one we're all familiar with when we text with our children or with others. It's a one-to-one communication. One of the leading proponents, Mike, if I remember right, was one-to-many out of Norway. of that service. Everbridge has adopted that as well. Many of the commercial alerting services have adopted that. That is effectively a one-to-one. So my understanding, and there's technical engineers who can better explain this, but my understanding is before the alert is issued, they draw a polygon and they identify all the ESNs, it's numbers, phone numbers, if you will, identification in that area, and then they just go through that list and blast an alert to each, a text message to each. They both work. And Australia's had some very good examples of this. Some of the European countries are very good. Canada and the United States have adopted the cell broadcast model. And one of the rationales for CB use in Canada was that we have interoperability with the United States. Cheryl, over to you on interoperability.
So technology really isn't my forte, but I do have some thoughts and some questions to add. I always think that technology really does need to suit the needs of the user. I think the user's needs need to come first before forcing a service into the parameters of a technology. That's just a principle that I support. I think we also need to look at some of the unintended consequences, for example, with, and maybe we need to clarify, I'm not sure, with the cell broadcast, if Canadians are unable to silence that alarm, if they're on the LTE network, I understand it won't be an issue if they're on a lower generation phone, but I just picture if my daughter is in a lockdown situation at a school with an active shooter and she gets an alert and she can't turn that off. I just don't even want to think about that. I think we also need to consider what kind of technology update has occurred over the past 5 years. We're talking SMS, cell broadcast. What else is possibly out there on an international basis?
I don't want to think about it either, ma'am, but that just requires a white shirt saying, yes, send it, rather than, no, don't.
It's almost like we're reverting back to hieroglyphics. So I think we're on the cusp of some mass change in communicating, and I think we need to be open to that. You mentioned cost. I'm going to take it back. I think alerting is a public good, and we need to remember that in that context. So who pays for it? I believe we're all still paying the 32 cents for 911 on our phone bills. I think it's a public good that belongs to all Canadians, and however that unrolls in whatever format, we have to be open to getting the best technological product that fits the needs of Canadians, not the other way around. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Cheryl. And Jennifer, I'm just thinking about the evolution of technology as it is used within the communities that you're working with, and where it could go and what might work well.
So as I've mentioned before, Everbridge is a very complex tool, and although we don't utilize it to its full potential, I would like to point out some of really cool features that go along with the communications theme. So the way we have it set right now is you have to subscribe to the system and tell us what community you're from. If you want to receive alerts from all communities, that's possible as well. And now we've worked with Everbridge where before what was happening, if somebody from member 2 sent out an alert and there were people that didn't live in member 2, say lived in Eskasoni and getting the alert, they didn't know what community it was coming from because there was no identifier in there to say where that alert was generated from. We've worked with Everbridge and now the community name is directly imprinted right in the body of the text message. So as soon as you see it, the community name is what you see first. So Everbridge has been really great to adapt to our needs. One of the other really cool features, we don't specifically use it, but it was given as an option to us, is that if we decided that we wanted to send the alert to this geographical location, we can go into the Everbridge system, literally draw a circle on a map and say, send this to everybody here. And it will ping every cell phone there in that location and send out the SMS message.
Sorry, ping? Pingy? You mean like GPS pingy?
You see that this system has evolved even in the 18 months since we've started, and I do see it going forward and evolving even more. But one of the features is that when the person receives the SMS message, they do have to click that they have received it or acknowledge the message. But we have it set that that's not a requirement. If you don't, it's no big deal. The other thing is when you're registering for the system, we ask you to tell us your name, the communication method in which you'd like us to contact you, and then that information, be it a home phone number, cell phone number, or email address. But we really don't need to even know your name. It doesn't matter if we're sending it to you or to Donald Duck. It doesn't matter. I need to know where you're located and that this event is affecting you directly. So it was more important for us to understand where you're located or where this message is going to originate from and who's affected and how to contact you, not so much your name.
Thank you, Cheryl. Paul, I just check in with you on the Nova Scotia experience and especially with CB, the use of CB.
Yeah, everyone's had really good comments, around this. Two things that I was thinking, as I was listening to everyone speak, specifically with regard to the first item really being around, the 4G model that's being used by the Alert Ready system now versus the SMS model, which Michael was speaking about. What kind of came to my mind is really the evolution of the system and its potential utilizations. Certainly the mindset, in the earlier days was really just a platform to get a message out to the mass audience very quickly. And as I understand some of the points and the advantages which Michael is touching on with regard to SMS, it seems like that's almost whether it be an evolution or another potential utilization, but certainly from that more tactical first responder lens, it allows you to kind of think beyond simply the message is now out. Now you can look at how are people reacting to my message? How many people are in there? Do I need to send another message? So, I'm sure there's some privacy considerations and what have you around it, but I can certainly see the value in that additional functionality, for lack of a better term. With regard more broadly to communications and our experience at the Emergency Management Office, we try to think of communications when we're in the midst of events, holistically. And I see them as really complementary, whether that be in collaborating with our partners. So when we're activated for events which we're either leading or in a unified command scenario, we'll have communication resources from the province people deployed at our coordination center. So we're monitoring social media, Everbridge utilizations and what have you from some of our partners, whether those be municipalities, or critical infrastructure partners. Obviously, we're collaborating with other provincial departments as well. So we're active in that social media front. We also use Everbridge ourselves more internally to communicate with our partners. We have probably about 500 stakeholders, whether they be CI, critical infrastructure partners, provincial agencies, various reps. So we use that tool to advise them when we're activating for an event. We use that tool to distribute situation reports to them during events which we're actively engaged in. So we kind of move along that spectrum. And then of course on the far end is really the Alert Ready system. When we're activated for events which we're once again, leading our unified command on, we're looking at that alert listing, those 32 alerts. We're utilizing those conventional tools. And as per SOPs, if we see those things happening, we can then kind of pull the lever on the Alert Ready functionality, for lack of a better term. So that's kind of our experience with it. Once again, the SMS, in our role, we're not a first response agency. We're collaborating with some of them dependent upon the event. So we're very rarely tactically deploying assets, but I could see how some of our partners could potentially utilize that functionality. Just my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Before we move on from the technology topic, Tim, you and I have had a couple conversations this week around emergent technologies and some of what you've been working on. I just wanted to flag sort of on the what's possible front. It'd be nice to mention that.
I'd like to go back to the people process technology model because I think that follows very clearly. On the people side, we see the emergence of bidirectional alerting, and that is using the general public as remote sensors, and that they provide information back to do that is becoming it. The first time this was done really in North America was the Puget Sound First to See app, in which you were able to take a picture and send it back to the EOC. In Alberta, we used a very similar approach when we used a virtual operations support team in 2017 under the great work of Patrice Cloutier to monitor social media and take that information and put it into the concept, into the ConOps and the report that we were doing. The second part is around the technology side. If I can jump to that and just ignore the process for a moment. The technology side, there are probably 3 or 4 big things happening. One, machine-to-machine alerting. Folks, quite frankly, the slowest part of an alert process is the humans. They make a decision. And so as much as this starts to sound like the Terminator, NRCan, Natural Resources Canada, has currently got a very good project working on, based on the work from Peter Anderson and Steve Brahms, which is developing remote sensors for earthquakes and the resulting tsunamis. And the vision is that because these have threshold events, you can model them and predict them for an earthquake or tsunami. You would be able to then directly link those sensors to the alert ready system. And then from there, potentially out to fire halls, you open the doors, stop mass transit systems. You could stop elevators of flow. In that case, you have seconds to react. This gives you that ability, but you have to take the humans out of the equation. And I know that's really scary for us, but in major specific types of events, that is possible, and NRCan is working on that today. They've announced that. The second thing is the Internet of Things and the IoT. We see more and more your fridge is connected to the internet. There's ways to distribute it to the different endpoints using IoT, Internet of Things. Third is internet-based alerting, and that is we are more and more connected to the internet as a regular course of business. We don't even think about it, we just are. Under that, you have, we just finished a year-long project looking at that. It is possible to use alerts and send them out to the internet through either direct to device. Most people have seen the Amazon Alexas and those sort of things. They could very easily be connected. Your Amazon tells you when you have a package delivered. Why couldn't it talk to you about an alert being delivered? They're always on, they're always updated, they're ready to go constantly in play. The second possible learning there is that the end-to-end quality control of alerts must improve. We cannot become intrusive into people's lives without being very thoughtful about what we're doing and why. And I talked about being direct and germane and relevant, and that becomes part of it. Part of this then is the next phase of that is to develop a requirements definition. How do we want the devices which are available to us to behave? Not everything is a hammer and not everything is a nail. So the SORM BI list, which Paul's mentioned a number of times, becomes very important because maybe some events we do one thing, some events we do another. So those become very important. So those are the 3 sort of major trends that we see, you know, IoT, internet-based, and remote.
Thanks very much. Is anyone else? Yeah, Cheryl?
Just one comment about the Internet of Things. And I know this isn't your scope, but our cybersecurity is going to be an immense issue. It already is an immense international issue. We cannot forget about that.
Yeah, and that's as the technology becomes more intrusive. And I spoke about end-to-end alerting quality, security, and conscious choice becomes a very important part of this. We can think about the mobile app or the subscription-based services like Jennifer has described very well. Those are based around people making a conscious choice. I choose to receive this. And they also have the ability to opt out. I choose not to receive that. With radio, TV, and wireless, that choice is removed. CRTC has said, these are so important to life and limb that you must receive the alerts. And that's, if you think about this is a new field. In the last 10 years, this has blossomed and grown considerably. And the ability to start to be more nuanced in our discussion about when I receive an alert and for what becomes very important, which leads us directly into the whole issue of cybersecurity.
Thank you. Thank you for flagging it. It is a huge, huge topic. So it's good to at least be sensitive that it's something we have to consider as we have these conversations.
I think always it's important to always look out for those unintended consequences in whatever technology choices we make.
Thank you. Okay, are we good? I'm looking at moving on to a different topic now. We're going to talk about governance issues. So, Michael, yesterday we heard you talk about directive and partnership forms of governance, and that Canada has more of a partnership form of governance. So I want to spend a little time getting everyone's take on those concepts, and knowing that Canada currently has a partnership form of governance, how it can work well. What do we need for it to work well? So I think, Michael, maybe we'll start with you to build off what you told us yesterday.
I have no experience of a partnership model. I only have the directive. And the way it came about for Australia was that it was determined that the government would pay for the system, and therefore it could direct the wireless service providers in how they delivered the service against the requirements set by the emergency services organisations. A report I wrote in 2015 looked again at the funding and listening to what my fellow panelists were saying about how much you pay for 911, how much you pay for Alert Ready through subscription. In the Ipsos report I talked about yesterday, the first evaluation review of emergency alert, the question was put to the population who were surveyed, and they all said they would be very happy to pay for the service. So that changed the mindset that we could not be bound by the limitations of money that had to be always state funded, but the population of Australia could contribute to all the benefits going forward. But as I said, I only know of the directive model. I have never seen, other than through Canada, the partnership model. And the governance structure that I'm experienced in is top-down led by governments, with ultimately the minister who is responsible for public safety federally being the accountable body leading the program. And the regulator and the wireless service providers are a long way down the ladder as influencers, but they are not the decision makers. The decision makers are the emergency services organizations and emergency management organizations who are responsible in law for a duty to warn and will therefore be the issuers of the alerts.
At the end of the day, the people are the decision makers, sir.
Can I take it over to you? And from the Nova Scotia experience, what's it been like to be part of the partnership style of governance model at a national level?
Sure. Though
Oh, good. CSE, screw off, man.
That are in conduit with it is the senior officials responsible for emergency management, which is co-chaired by Public Safety Canada. So there's that federal seat. And then, of course, the various provinces and territories working together. You know, my experience with SORM is that it's an emergency management focused body. So that's very much been the lens that's been kind of applied to it, this functionality. And really my time on Governance Council has really been about just trying to execute the technology platform to kind of be able, for lack of a better term, to operationalize those larger emergency management objectives, which are really kind of encapsulated within the 32 alert types, right? The experience has been positive in that we've been able to move the project forward, but there is variation between how the various provinces have deployed the system to some extent with regard to utilization and priorities and what have you. And I think that one of the strengths of the system, or one of the potential values, is to really have that national character. It's always been referred to, and certainly our understanding of it has always been, it's a national public alerting system of which we are a partner and partaking in. But whether it be alert types, we utilize the national alert types. You know, so I think, to Michael's point, I think there are certainly benefits to having, you know, the federal government have a stronger hand in partnership with the provinces and territories in outlining what that functionality will look like. It is a broad group of stakeholders. I mean, it's not only, of course, the federal government and provinces and territories. We have partners in industry. And another thing I would add, once again, to go back to the SORM piece, that's very much focused on emergency management. I know Michael touched on this yesterday in his presentation, and I think it was valid points. You know, expanding the group of stakeholders who have input into the platform, I think, is key. Emergency management will always have, I think, an important role in this platform, but I think it's evolving past purely what would be thought of conventionally as, you know, tsunamis, earthquakes, and so on and so forth. You know, how the governance structure for that is set up. You know, I'm sure there's people who have better skill sets than myself who can speak to that. But at the end of the day, I think it's important that all the parties that would be utilizing the system are at the table. And I know one of the things that's currently underway is looking at those 32 alert types. You know, it could be condensing the list or even adding to it or updating definitions. But I think we need to have a holistic group to look at those alert types so that everyone who could potentially be using them can have input into what the new list will look like. And then clearly identify who's lead on the various alert types and have a governance structure nationally so that we can continue to refine and continuously improve that. Those would just be my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Cheryl, I'm thinking about your work with the CACP and the resolution that was passed about a year ago now. Okay, August 9th, 2021. Can you tell us, give maybe a little background on that would be helpful, your work with that, and how it ties into this conversation about national governance of alerting?
The purpose of the association's emergency preparedness, emergency management committees were ultimately to advocate for first responder needs within the emergency management space and realm. Ontario, because it was just strictly police services, was really focused on increasing preparedness for response. I know on the greater national level, mitigation has been the area of focus for the last number of years, flood mitigation, et cetera. But responders will always still need to respond, and they need to do the work in advance and be prepared in advance to respond. So whether that is developing incident management systems, preparing for these major events, et cetera, that was a lot of focus of those committees. At the national level, on a informal basis, we got to speak with Public Safety Canada. They would tell us what their policy issues were coming down the pipe, et cetera. read all of their documents, their strategy, their plan, their policy, etc. And always, they've gotten better, but always over the years, the responders were left out of the mix. So emergency management was all the governing bodies. There was acknowledgement that the vast majority of emergencies start on the ground. They start at the local level, but the municipalities and the responders have been left out of the mix. They've been left out of the governance. So when it did come to creating this national system, the originators who would be on the ground really didn't have a voice in what their needs were, how the system should roll out, what their roles and responsibilities would be within that overarching system. I'm just going to draw back to our whole system is more focused towards response because that really difficult planning, thinking out detailed part, not many people really like to do it because it's hard work. People can think it's boring, but it's necessary, but it lays out that hard work in advance. Sorry, I'm going off. Do you want to focus me back on to where, so after April 2020, it started with the OACP drafted and knowing the issues with interoperability and that was a grassroots attempt by first responders, emergency management, FPT levels throughout Canada. Tim, I think you were part of it, is to develop that communications interoperability strategy for across Canada. Public alerting was part of the action plan of that. After April 2020, it regenerated interest for police to get back in there and advocate for their role, their responsibility within. Local efforts throughout Canada started to take shape. I think Ontario Provincial Police led the way in developing an operational process for police in Ontario to get alerts out. So they were really quick off the hop to get something underway. They got the support of the Solicitor General in Ontario and started a process within Ontario. One thing that's quite interesting is that they've added another level of criteria within Ontario. There is the urgency, the severity, and the certainty of issuing alert, but they've also added another piece of criteria that the threat can be neither isolated nor contained. So I understand that comes from Critical Incident Command, and it creates another marker for getting an alert out. So again, by their nature, first responders, they're problem solvers. I think they have a lot of value to add to the governance and the responsibility of who does what when in this space.
Thank you very much. Tim, where would you take all this?
Well, if I could, I'd like to split up governance and funding. They're connected but separate issues. So just a quick history lesson. Governance in Canada is based upon the EM model, which splits it between the provinces, territories, and the federal government. So there's always been that shared responsibility. And back as 2014, the CRTC, when it talked about public alerting, recognized that there are many players who have a significant role to play in the alerting chain, what I call the alerting chain, from issuer through delivery to last mile distributor and the public. So if you look at in their decision 214-444, when it made mandatory alerting carriage for radio and TV in paragraphs 29 and 30, they specifically referenced the Common Look and Feel Committee, which was the group that was responsible for setting the standards. And that was a broad-based broadcaster, at that time broadcaster and FPT community that worked together to develop common standards, which now dictate how your alert displays on both your radio, TV, and also on your cell phone. So there's always been, in the Canadian alerting world, a recognition that we had to play. Back to 1990, Two, when Alberta introduced the alerting system, we partnered with CKUA as the first radio station. And so we've been doing this for 30 years. So we worked with the broadcast industry as a matter of course. That was simply part of the alerting chain. We couldn't do it alone without our partners. So in terms of governance, there has always been that recognition that Canada is unique. We have a constitutional situation that has forced us into or dictated how we proceed. That's simply the way it is. We have to play, quite frankly, we have to play nice with others and to get their cooperation. So as we move forward, take you to 2018. I can only speak to 2020, August of 2020, as I've lost the bubble on that one. But I can tell you as of August 18th, 2018, we had developed what we called NPAC, National Public Alerting Advisory Council, which was a step forward to improve the governance structure by including all players. That was presented to public safety, and where it's gone since August of 2018, sorry. I'm unsure. I lost that. 2020, August 2020. So there has been work to create I call it coalition of the willing, in which we all get together. We did this with public safety broadband to try to come up with a improved governance model, recognizing that no one single authority had absolute authority over the entire alerting chain. So public safety would probably be better, or SORM would be better able to speak to where that work has gone. But 5 of us got together and drafted a discussion paper for SORM on the how to roll out. We worked on based on Michael's guiding principles, rolled those down to 6 after much discussion and debate. And as I say, I can't tell you where that has been since 2020.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that context. So Jennifer, I'm not sure if you have some comments about governance, how governance works in a locally managed system like the one that you're looking after.
It was very important to our communities to own this. So in creating this system and deploying it to our communities, each individual community has control over the system. So it was myself and the 5 chiefs that were able to sit together and come up with the guidelines and protocols of when to send the alerts. We then came up with the wording, and we gathered together to do that. And we were able, so with that, we are able to own the system and control it without having to involve outside agencies. And that was a very big seller for our communities, and it was very important in that respect. What we concern ourselves with as well is data. We're very aware of data sharing, and Indigenous communities have constantly been studied. There's constant information out there and data collection. And so we were very concerned about where that data was going to go and who was going to have access to that data. Right now, the only person who has access to that data is myself. The chief, the only thing they're able to do at the community level is actually send the alert. And that was by design. And the reason for that was if the username and password for sending to get access to the system was fallen into the wrong hands, that data is now going to be available to people that maybe it shouldn't. So I have sole control over that. That is probably going to change moving forward because it's becoming to be a lot for one person with so many registers, people register for the system and the amount of alerts that we're sending out. So we are very aware of that, of the data collection and protecting that privacy of that data as well.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes our discussion on the governance issue, unless there are any follow-ups or anything anyone wants to add. So I'd like to turn us to one of the final areas that we will talk about today, which is really, given all of your deep experience in this area, tell us your dream. Tell us your ideal. If you could wave a magic wand and resources weren't an issue and all the things that get in the way were not an issue, what would an alerting system look like from your perspective? Jennifer, I think we'll just keep going with you, if that's all right.
So in my perfect world, and I guess I'm looking at it through the Indigenous lens, is I was able to develop this system and its effective use for our 5 Indigenous communities in Cape Breton Island. But in my perfect world, I would like to take this to every Indigenous community in the entire country. We've started that process, kind of. There was a virtual emergency management conference for Indigenous communities held that I myself hosted, but I also gave the presentation on our use of the Everbridge system and was contacted by several communities from across the country. There was some in Alberta and in Manitoba, Quebec, Ontario, and they've asked me to give presentations to their chief and council about our use of the system and what we've done. I even went so far as to share them with everything that I had, such as my promotional posters, how we got people to register through a third-party website link, and all of the information that I had used to develop ours, I was happy to share with everybody. It's been just so effective for us, and it's been so great that, yeah, in my perfect world, I would even be happy to go into every Indigenous community and do this, just because it's been so successful.
Thank you so much. Cheryl?
So for the short term, I really would like to advocate for that comprehensive review of the communications interoperability strategy. I think it's a great strategy. We need to see what's out there and is possible. But the only way we can do that holistically and comprehensively is all the stakeholders have to be at the table. In the long run, I would like to see that state of interoperability, that the right information does get to the right people at the right time when they need it. I think if we were truly interoperable, we can have a system of systems, and that Jennifer's Everbridge product throughout the entire country can integrate beautifully with whatever other systems that we might end up developing.
Thank you. Paul?
I would kind of echo a lot of those comments. You know, for me, my thinking on it would be that the system is really evolved or is evolving past its initial kind of a reason for being, which was really natural disasters and other really large scale events such as terrorism and civil and what have you. It's evolving so that it can be used for other things. I think partially that's driven just by the way technology has evolved over the last 10 years or so. And I agree. I think we need to have a structure of governance that can take that evolution into account and can make sure that all the relevant stakeholders that may be using this expanded model or whatever that new version may look like, so that they're at the table to have the input on how that continued progression of the model, the functionality will develop, and so that they're informed and comfortable that they're best positioned to utilize it. And I would say that, and I really like the ComNote system of systems, it's not just about expanded utilization of, you know, the Alert Ready platform. It's about all of these various communications. They present a lot of opportunities, but they're also challenging in events so that you have consistent messaging going out from different players. You know, events that we work with in the emergency management realm, we need to make sure that if we're messaging, whether it be on Alert Ready or one of our social media or what have you, that it's complementing what some of our municipal or CI partners would be saying, right? So it's the Alert Ready platform, but it's communications, I guess generally is how I would define it.
Thank you. Tim?
Yeah, I think, folks, the future is here. COVID has changed and the pandemic has changed mass communications dramatically. We are now fully in the age of bidirectional communication and government being expected to provide messaging, notifications and messaging to the public writ large. So that it's not about being there. We are there. That's it. That means that things like end-to-end alert quality has to improve the entire process. I would also say that bidirectional, in other words, we talk, the public listens, the public talk, we listen, is going to be just taken for granted. That won't even be a question. The system of systems, interconnection, absolutely. Using all possible means and giving people choices is going to be critical. And then finally, we're talking like this is an end state. This is a process, and it has evolved from people yelling at each other in caves to sirens, door knocking, through to mass communications where we can reach somewhere around 94% of the population in 8 to 10 seconds. This is constantly evolving. So whatever we build has to be agile and has to be ready for the next thing. And I mentioned internet alerting earlier. Folks, that's here now. How many of you wear smartwatches? You could get an alert, or you can get an alert displayed directly on your smartwatch, whether or not you have the phone out. So these things are here now, and I just use that as one direct example. So we have to be agile. This is not, in my opinion, an end state, but rather a process, and it will constantly evolve.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. I'm going to use my 3 words of people, process, and technology. That's the axiom I've followed. The way we have approached it and the way I've approached it, and certainly when I've been coming to Canada, whether it be virtually like this or in person, the conversation began with, well, what does success look like for you? How do we measure that outcome? So let's talk about the outcome that you want. And I remember when I came to Canada in 2015 to support Tim in his excellent work, it was a very clear outcome that I put to all the delegates there, which was our outcome back in 2015. I'm just going to look it up on my slide deck. I found it here. In an emergency, we measure the success of community warnings and information by the ability of individuals, households, and families to make good and timely decisions to stay safe. That was our view, simple as that. Everything else that then followed was the how. How do we make that happen? And that was all based upon the collective good of the emergency services organizations as stakeholders. What are your requirements to make that happen? And then, as using that very neat phrase that Cheryl has used, that you then develop the system of systems. And that enables you to go through the requirements to deliver your outcome. And it is technology agnostic, the outcome.
Okay, thank you. So we've talked about a number of sort of broad topics today. I just want to check in with each of you to ask whether there is anything that you wished to bring to this conversation that you haven't yet had the opportunity to say. So last time I called this our short snapper, but we have enough time. So if there's a, yeah, Jennifer?
I think right now, there's nothing more important to anybody than information. Information is extremely important in any situation. What I wanted to mention is about the use of our own system is that through all the 102 alerts we've sent out across the 5 communities, never, not once, has anybody complained and said, stop sending me messages. Not once. Why is that? Because the information has been critical and relevant. There have been certain communities that are utilizing the system significantly more than other communities. And again, at no point has anybody ever come back and said, stop sending me messages. So I think it's really important that I know we've talked about that and we said, you know, we got to stop sending, people are going to get bored of it or they're not going to respond to it. And I think it's important that we realize the sharing of information, I really don't think gets to the point where it's not relevant.
Thank you. Cheryl?
I think the the only final thing that I feel the need to share is to remember who it is that we serve, and it's about public safety and keeping the public safe.
Thank you. Paul?
I would just echo those comments. I think we've had a good discussion here today. I think, the evolution of the system and its expanded utilization is really the question before, this commission. So, no, I think we've covered a lot of ground.
Thank you so much. Tim?
Yes, I'd go with Cheryl and Paul here, and I firmly believe that government's first and prime responsibility is public safety. I think if it doesn't do that well, then all the rest becomes irrelevant. So anything that we do which improves emergency preparedness, mitigation, and response is critical and will become more and more critical. I'm not a climatologist. I don't understand why, but we know the frequency and severity of natural events seems to be increasing. We have man-made events, of course. So we must be able to play what happens next. And we can predict that the events are going to continue and they're going to be significant and we're going to have to respond to them. And the public, I think, has the right to expect that of their leadership.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you, Krista. Look, it's been a huge privilege for me as a non-Canadian to be invited to come and offer some of the experience I've had from a worldwide perspective. And what I would say is there are a number of bodies of knowledge out there who are just like the emergency services, emergency management organizations of Canada that want to get this right. And this needs to be tapped in as a knowledge hub. And if you're looking for just one example of that, in Europe, there is the European Emergency Number Association that operates out of Brussels. And it's getting a bit like the Eurovision Song Contest. It's no longer just European. There are even Australians who go along to its conferences. But its membership is the same people that are sitting here on this panel and are probably watching this debate going on now. Utilize this. Everybody is seeking to do exactly as has been said, do the right thing by the people who are entrusting in us as those with knowledge to get it right around public safety. So thank you for bringing me in from the United Kingdom to apply some international knowledge. There are plenty more people out there like me who would love to help. So thank you.
Thanks so much. I'd like to turn to the commissioners now and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hallis, it's Commissioner Stanton speaking if you're not seeing us on the screen. Ms. McNeil, I'm interested in a number of things that you touched upon. And one of them, of course, interoperability. That requires sharing of information between agencies. It appears from past reports that there are challenges with information sharing between policing agencies in particular. I wonder how barriers to that sharing could be removed, and if that's something that you're able to comment upon.
Thank you. I can't speak on behalf of police agencies. I can only speak within my own realm. Communication is crucial. We mentioned earlier after action report processes, and often when it comes to emergencies and disasters, one of the major comments that will be found that communications failed. Communications is hard work. It needs to be embedded within the culture of an organization, a team, an office. It really needs to be elevated in importance. The message needs to be repeated often. You know, a message needs to be repeated 7 times before it takes hold. Past either public commissions or judicial findings have held police accountable for not sharing information. The Jane Doe one is one of note. It needs to be embedded into the culture, the expectations, the training of police personnel. You know, I'm even thinking about an anecdote. Working in a 911 center, it's a large 911 center in Toronto, and we had the luxury of being able to stand up and shout. But we were also so committed to what the purpose and the goal of our job was, is to share critical information quickly, that I may absolutely abhor my coworker, but my greater goal and purpose was to share critical information with that purpose. So it is important to put your personal animosity aside, what have you, and to be committed to what our purpose, our goal, our mission is, to share that information. Would be my recommendation.
Thank you. And so your experiences with Toronto Police Service, if I understand correctly. So does the Toronto Police Service have a standard operating procedure regarding emergency alerting?
Generally we have an entire media department. This service has a 24-hour operations center. We have utilized social media quite regularly in an operational sense since about 2010, 2011. With respect to dialing in or access to Alert Ready, we would call OPP. And because OPP has taken on that function for the province, Toronto, the operations center would call OPP to get that message out. And that message has been shared through police services throughout Ontario. So they know that operational option is there for them currently.
So all alerts that are issued for Toronto Police Service are issued via the OPP?
They would be at this point in time. I don't believe, but I have been gone. It's been 6 weeks now. There may be a process of determining alerts, et cetera, but I can't speak to that with any authority.
Okay. I'm just thinking about being in Toronto when an Amber Alert went out at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it didn't relate to people in Toronto, but what they did do, people who were angry, phoned 911 to complain about having been woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And so that made me think about the conversation around the public good, and the fact that if we're paying for 911, people associate emergency alerting with 911. It's an interesting piece. So Alert Ready is actually a separate system.
They are separate.
So with the Toronto Police Service, if it wants to issue an alert, and it's local to Toronto, it would nonetheless go through the OPP in order to have that issued. Is that correct?
To use that platform, the capability is there to geotag the entire municipality. I don't know if it can be more granular. That would be a question for Ontario Provincial Police, but it is an option that is available. Generally, in my experience, that alerts would go out or messages would go out via social media or regular media channels. We have actually quite close relationships with traditional media and our media response officers.
And so is there, I mean, you talked, you spoke about the importance of planning and the planning stage and the hard work for that, which I absolutely agree is critical. And so for preparation and training and interoperability in Toronto, then are there training exercises as between local agencies if an alert needs to happen? Is there are scenarios run that engage agencies other than the police, but with the police, in order to be doing the advanced prep that a number of you have referenced today?
I wouldn't have the information to be able to answer that for you.
Okay. Yesterday, Mr. Hallows, you mentioned that the involvement of Pelmorex, which is a corporation, I understand, in the sort of ownership of the Canadian network was extraordinary. And we've heard today about the sort of connection between governance and funding. Mr. Tritton, you've said they're separate things, but they're clearly very related in Canada. And there's quite a different approach in other countries from what we've heard from Mr. Hallows. I just wondered if, Mr. Hallows, you wanted to comment any further on that. After having heard Mr. Tritton today, did you have anything further to say with respect to the partnership or direct model?
Nothing in the framework that Canada has today with Pelmorex is a bad thing. We'll make that very clear. It's just unusual. The model that other countries use is whereby the owner of the technology, in this case Pelmorex, would be a contractor with a supplier behavior to the central government. So as it is in Australia, the federal government mandates through a contract that the telephone company Telstra operates the system, and it is a managed service that it must provide that then connects with the other telephone companies. But it does not have a seat at the board in terms of governance. It is utilized in a client-contractor relationship, and the government directs through contractual terms what that company has to provide. And its evolution is similarly contracted. And it is for those companies to then find the capabilities they need. And as in Australia, it is integral to it is where does the money come from? Because who pays can therefore set the rules, particularly if it affects the bottom line. And the government has compensated, and now the government is looking at does the government always have to pay, or can they find other models? And the Canadian model of it being by subscription, so that the capability is funded, is definitely one that certainly I looked at in 2015. I couldn't tell you today whether that was followed up, but it has its huge advantages of how you raise the revenue to pay for the capability, so that the state doesn't always fund it. But coming back to the fact of the client-contractor relationship, that is key, that it kept it at arm's distance to make sure that the contractor delivered against the requirements set by the emergency services for how they wanted them to manage and run the system.
Thank you. I can tell Mr. Tritton has something he'd like to say to that, and then I just have one more question.
Would it be helpful to review the funding model in Canada, or has that been covered? So the funding model in Canada was set in forth when alerting went live, was renewed in 2018 under Decision 342, in which Pelmerix was granted 22 cents per prescriber per month, cable prescriber per month, to cover national public alerting under Section 91H of the CRTC's mandate, which is, I think there's 13 or 14 services which are receiving mandatory funding from that. So effectively, alerting in Canada, the NADS system is paid to Pelmerix by the cable companies, the broadcasters at a rate of 22 cents per subscriber. That agreement is in place, or that licensing requirement is in place till August 31st, 2023, and under which it will be renewed or terminated, depending on. But I would direct the commission, if you would, to take a look at paragraph 100 of this document, 218-342, where they talk, can I quote? Under that, the CRTC specifically says, pursuant to Section 91H of the Broadcast Act may not be the most appropriate vehicle for the continued support of the NAD system following this next license term for TWN and Metro Media, Pelmerix's parent company. The communications industry will continue to do its part to support MPAS through the development, passing through alerts, but the operation of the NAD system and the development of the related policies would be most appropriately situated and supported with organizations more directly responsible for public safety, etc. So the commission's clearly recognized that this was the best available option at the time and renewed it from 7 years to 5 years. But what the commission chooses to do going forward is another question.
Thank you. I meant to mention, Mr. Hallis, that it helped me when you explained that the notice about an alert would go out on an SMS, but the alert itself would go out on self-broadcast, because I have had that experience where I receive a text telling me that there's going to be an alert, and then I never received the alert. So in fact, I think that happened last week or 2 weeks ago, the last time I was tested. I apologize, Ms. McNeil, I had one more question for you, which was with respect to, you mentioned the history of police agencies or first responders not being included in the discussions around the Alert Ready system, or at least because, as we've all been learning, many people thought of national alerting as being really just with respect to natural disasters, and that it's more recent that it has started to be thought of in other ways. I just wondered if, when did the Toronto Police Service start engaging in alerting? Do you recall?
I know they've been using Amber Alert for several years, and I believe in Ontario it is administered by the OPP. So every police service in Ontario will draft their Amber Alert. It follows a number of criteria, and then I believe it's submitted to the Police Operations Center in Aurelia, and OPP pushes that out to the province. Toronto Police doesn't have direct access. It may be in the stages of seeking direct access, but at this point, I'd only be speculating about it.
So other than Amber Alerts, there weren't other policing initiated?
No, I don't believe so.
Until at what point?
I don't believe there have been any issued within Toronto. You know, thinking of the last major disasters, the Danforth shooting, the van attack on Yonge Street, the Alert Ready system, I believe the Office of Emergency Management, and whether the PEOC of Ontario, I'm not sure if they were engaged, but
Sorry,
Consequence
PIOC
management
is-
was more their area of work within that disaster. So the police would handle the on the scene, the investigation, the traffic points, the evidence collection, the crowd control, all of that.
Sorry,
I
what's
don't believe
PIOC?
there was an alerting aspect to it.
What's PIOC?
Sorry, the Provincial Emergency Operations Center for Ontario.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Just a couple of documents that were referred to in our conversation after the break that I want to note for ease of reference and for accessibility. A number of CRTC decisions were mentioned, which I don't believe have been entered as exhibits as such for the commission, but they can be easily found on the CRTC website or on Canly. And the decision numbers, just in case you missed them, are 2018-342, 2014-244, 2017-2017-91, and then a couple of documents that we do have exhibited that were referred to is the CACP resolution. That's exhibit 1415, COM number 0056346. And finally, the expert report that we commissioned, I should mention, is exhibit 1363, COM number 005672. So that's that on the documents. So finally, I just want to thank each of you for coming here today and sharing your knowledge and expertise and giving us your perspectives, which is helping us to formulate lessons learned so that we can provide the commissioners can provide recommendations for the way forward. So your time, you've given generously of your time, and it is an act of public service. We thank you so much. Thanks.
And if I could add to that, Krista, but first, thank you so much for your able moderating of this very important session for us. Michael, it's, we can use first names, it's Commissioner McDonald speaking. And in thanking you, I would like perhaps to take us all back to the real reason why we're here, and that is so that the lives taken or harmed, their families, and all the cascading suffering and sorrow throughout our province, our country, and beyond will not have been in vain. And as you said, Cheryl, it's fundamentally about keeping us all safer. It's about public safety. And you have been such wonderful contributors to that important challenge. These are very difficult hearings, and they are most difficult for those most affected. And we begin every day and always want to keep that in mind. And two themes have emerged through our work, at least two. One I would call generosity, and that is, it seems that everyone we ask to help us with our work has enthusiastically stepped up and stepped forward, and you are all wonderful examples of that. So for that, I thank you. The other theme is the challenge of balancing competing interests, and we've certainly seen that today. I've jotted down several, but I'm sure there were many more. The accuracy of a message versus its timeliness, the proper geography for the audience, cell broadcast versus SMS, national versus provincial interests, and of course, private sector and government. All important things to balance, and that's been a theme in just about every aspect of our work. But Michael and Jennifer and Cheryl and Paul and Tim, thank you so much for helping us with our very important work, because when you're helping us with our work, you're helping all of us in Canada. So thank you. And our plan, Krista, if I'm not mistaken, is to return at 1:30 for the next panel. Thank you. We'll break till then.
Psych war works two ways, but I don't come at it to manipulate it. I just come at it from my heart. Somehow that identifies with people. Oh, they don't like the message. They really don't like the message. Not feeling so good anymore, are you? No, you're not. Just warming up. Just warming up. Just wait. That's why they do that buttering nonsense. Not for those people. That's for you. We're your friends. And he has to try and tell it to himself. Sad. I don't have to tell myself anything. Ever. Too bad. Pity. Very disingenuous. I would like to know, where are the families again? The most affected people? When do they get to be heard from? As opposed to shut down? Oh, that clip is going to hurt in the future. Ouch. When do we hear from them? When do they get a round table? When do they get, I don't know, I'll use their terminology, air their grievances? How's that? That would be good. 1 hour, 22 minutes. This hour has 22 minutes? What a farce. Wolves in sheep's clothing. The only problem is you can see the wolf. There's no sheep's clothing. Working on answering to the email. Yeah, sorry, I didn't, I was torn. I realized, you can see how the people there, it's good to see people's affect, and I find that very important. I gather a lot of information just from watching a person, where they're at. I can also hear it in their voice, though. So, I think the email, bit of a problem. Feel free to share that. I have it over on the tweeters. I don't say a lot of stuff on the tweeters. Unlike Leather, who thinks that he was using the Facebook. Who? What was it? Oh, right. Somewhere in there, somebody made a decision. I'd say it was higher up the food chain. the decision. Kind of figured they may not want to release they. Isn't that an interesting word, eh? Let's look at that a little closer. The pronoun usage there. What's that? They. Who's they? Are they the read-in group? The one that's doing the reading in? Tweeters could be a valuable tool. Yes, actually, you know what we could do? I haven't done that yet. We could do. I did hear there was some good stuff in there. Oh, it's quite a lengthy one then, I can tell by 55 megs. Okay, well that's going to take me a bit of time, isn't it? Yes, I thought we could maybe have a little look-see at Chief McNeil's transcript. What do you think? 133 pages, quite lengthy. I don't think I know they go for long lunches, but I don't think it's going to be that long. I hope not. Oh, Trent software. That's okay. Audio interview MP3. Oh, that's missing, of course. Would you like me to read through this one? I seem to like read stories now. This one I feel is probably going to be less of a story. They are the white shirts that don't want to testify and likely have little to say. Saw Brenda. Lucky, that is. She's taken to wearing makeup now. She's changed her style. It's got a new, updated look. I think there's maybe some professional stuff going on there. What was that? I could play that. That is interesting. It's totally off topic, but a bit interesting. Thank you to the person who sent it to me. What are you? I'm not changing anything, so whatever. Hearing more about the MPF. You know, I at one point too, and it's off topic, but I think a lot of Canadians would be really quite flabbergasted with policing in Nova Scotia. The concept of roadblocks is not something that I don't believe other Canadians are familiar with. I could be wrong about that one. I'm not familiar with it in Alberta. We, of course, have the RCMP, but we have Alberta sheriffs, and there seems to be some kind of a push maybe given the fact that I saw a billboard on the side of the highway for the self-promotion by the NPF. I think there's a push to get rid of the RCMP entirely. But back in the days, I don't remember, and just going through other provinces, I don't recall roadblocks. And I think it'd be interesting because a lot of people could share what exactly does that mean. I think I'm feeling like $70,000 staplers down in the United States kind of inflates budgets. We have to have roadblocks. Maybe you guys can share on that. Nobody wants a story time? Well, it's not a story time. I think it's going to be probably more enlightening than whatever bunk I've got running across the bottom of the screen. But I haven't read it, so I can't pick out juicy bits. I thought we could read it. OPP love roadblocks, primarily Quebec border, but prior to COVID, they were very, very rare. Okay, I don't know anything, but the RCMP, see, there's that one town in Ontario. I forget what it is. You don't want to speed through that town, like just outside of it. That's all they do. It's quite notorious, apparently. You know what I'm talking about, Todd? Anybody from Ontario know what I'm talking about? It's a rural town, out Trans-Canada Highway, way out. They like to just sit and do speed traps. Okay, well, I'm not seeing a lot of response. Anyway, you can think about that for a moment. RCMP, sometime, please. The roadblocks are no different than cops setting up RID ride programs during holiday normally. It's just you haven't seen one in 2 years. Okay. Pretty crazy when I heard about it. Like when I started to first hear about them way back when, I'm like, just stopping people, like a checkpoint for look at stickers and stuff. I'm like, wow, that seems kind of reminisce of certain states in the world in bygone days. I don't know how much crime fighting is going on with that. Or what it results in, really. RCMP commissioner denies claim Mounties used kid gloves with Freedom Convoy protesters. Okay, now I understand, probably people have varying views on this, and I'm not going to weigh in on that. It's more what the this part here, which is kind of interesting. So if we watch this part, this was down at the Coots border.
From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, so that was when everybody was packing up and going home, I guess. And there was a bunch of mayhem down there. I'm not sure as to the legitimacy of all that, but anyway, I'm not even going to go there. But, you know, obviously a peaceful protest, I don't think anybody really has a problem with that because that's a protected right. Okay, so here there's going to be, I got to mute this balls because there's going to be some ad, I believe. Oh, there goes the ad.
CBC Music's Toyota Searchlight 2022 contest is back.
Freaking ads. Does anybody buy anything from these things? Like, I don't know. I've never understood them. I really don't. Personally, whenever I see them, it actually makes me not want to buy any of the company's product. I kind of make note of them. I'm like to stay away from it.
It took a lot of hard work to get here. That drives us forward to discover what else is possible. This is the new Nissan.
Okay. Is there no... Oh, my apologies. Shit. Here we go with the techno boomer crap. I muted that. Oh, okay. So Brenda's got her new look, and she's just it's just something funny.
We have a situation, and again, I asked this question through you, Madam Chair, to the Commissioner, a juxtaposition of policing, what I'll call a failure of policing. How is it that you reconcile the double standard in policing? And, you know, what would you say to Canadians who have questions about the conduct of RCMP officers giving handshakes and high fives and hugs shortly after these weapon stashes were found in what was admittedly a high-risk investigation and arrest?
Deputy Commissioner Brennan can answer that.
Well, Commissioner Lucky.
Okay, and Deputy, she just tries to pass off. And Brennan actually used to be the head of Nova Scotia before Lucky came in, so just an interesting side note.
This is a question for you.
Okay, what I can say is there was many legal protesters at the Coots protest, and our members who police there are part of the community. They shop in those stores. They're neighbors to those people.
So the protesters look like the police? They're from the same communities.
No,
they identify with the people in the community?
No, they live in those communities.
Would you acknowledge, given those two scenarios, the very different state of policing, for Indigenous land defenders and people who may be more familiar to police being from their same communities. Can we acknowledge at least a double standard there?
No, not at all. There
No?
was many people on the Forestry Road in Wet'suwet'en. There was only one residence in the entire
Sure, because
road.
they weren't a threat in the Wet'suwet'en, were they? Not to anybody else, but for the project. So I want you to comment quickly on, would you not at least admit that there were kid gloves for the protesters in Coots directly after the discovery of the weapons cache?
No.
No.
No, there was protesters who approached our officers after those people were removed because they weren't part of the protest that the people who were involved in the convoy protest.
How do you know that to be true?
Okay, Mr. Green, sorry, I've given you a little bit of latitude, thanks.
Shut her down. I'm going to pull out the old expressions. Shut her down. Well, she softened her look, you know. Yeah, this is the new and improved, because, you know, well, try and just make it look better. It reminds me of the, not that I'm saying that she's nothing about her physical appearance. I'm just saying to improve the face of the RCMP, right? Make it look as best as possible, because, well, it must be like all those promotional accounts down in the NPF accounts floating around on Facebook, pumping out fake videos about, yeah, we love you, with all the people who are involved in this story, you know, the ones that seem to have some question marks around them, like the Ivani one. I like the Ivani one. Anyway, just something curious to note. Like she's kind of, when she gets a little frazzled, she's like, "Whoa, I can't answer it." I don't know how many people ever watched the Matt. The Matt thing, the racist Matt one. Anybody know what I'm talking about? It disappeared. I don't know if I have it or not. Somewhere on my computer it probably is. Oh, yes, you know, Matts were racist. Oh, and that was disastrous. Anyway, moving along. I just thought somebody sent it to me and said you're gonna have a laugh. So I was like, okay. How did who get to talk to her? Tracking cell phones, truck ownership, froze bank accounts. Yeah, well, that's all the wonders of, oh, what is it? Oh, technology, you know, the one I'm always bitching about. Oh, thank you. So Anita said, I heard a rumor, but I haven't seen anything confirmed. What is that? Behind the Yellow Tape, I think. He's very good. I know I read the article. Somebody sent it to me again right away when it came out. And then I believe Paul may have mentioned something about it, or I heard something about that. I don't. But it's he said it, you know, he's not sure, but he has it on fairly good authority, and that fellow is fairly good. He does. I can't remember what his name is. Somebody's yelling at the screen right now, I'm sure. Anyway, rumor, can't find the article. Well, it's so it'll be on here. And he said it was a rumor, but it was fairly, he has it on fairly good authority. He writes interesting articles. Anyway, it would be in here. Behind the yellow tape.ca. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your name. I think he does watch from time to time. Okay, so let's no one in MSM questioned the kid gloves for railroad blockade fake. Well, political sensitive stuff. And again, they're looking for holes that they can go after me. So I'll just steer clear of anything. Okay, so this is the interview with Dave McNeil and Stephen Henkel. Rachel Young is the Commission Counsel. August 3rd, 2021. And I haven't read it, so I don't know if we'll come across anything juicy in the break that they're going to take, however long their lunch is, but let's see. Stephen Henkel, all right, today is Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. The time is 10:06. Hopefully the clock's working. According to my phone, my name is Stephen Henkel, investigator for Mass Casualty Commission. With me is Rachel Young, Commission Counsel. Okay, so basically a government lawyer. And Krista Smith, Research and Policy. Chief, can you introduce yourself? Yes, sure. Chief David McNeil with the Truro Police Service. Okay. And we're currently located at the Truro Police Station 776 Prince Street. Okay, that's down the street from somebody. Okay. In town of Truro, and I guess this is your community room. Yep. Okay, and before I start, I want everyone to, sorry, I'll drop the link in just so that everybody's. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll link the story. Appreciate that. TikTok. Oh boy, I've got a lot of messages in here. Very bad with technology and answering people, and it's not that I'm trying to be rude. I'm just okay. Thank you, as always, for anybody's stuff. Here's the article. Thank you, thank you. And there's reference in there, of course, to Nova Scotia. It's later in the article, and I would say predominantly that is the reason that if Lucky does go, that's the reason. She was especially picked by a few people to get her anyway. See some up-and-comers, though, for replacements. They move quite fast and have interesting CVs. Anyway, okay. I just want to acknowledge consent. Everyone is being audio recorded. Oh, that's noticeably absent. So I consent. I consent. I consent. I consent as well. Okay, and just to confirm, Chief, that you were offered the opportunity to have counsel or support here, and it was your decision to decline that. Correct. So he's fairly certain. You know, honestly, I wouldn't do an interview without counsel, but anyway, it's just because I come from a family of lawyers. Okay, and as you're aware, we don't work for a law enforcement agency. We work for the commission. I'll leave that with you. And you know, the commission's mandate is not to assign civil or criminal liability. We're here to assist the commissioners in fact-finding in order to provide them recommendations. Do you have any questions regarding the order in council or how the commission operates? I actually do have questions about the orders in council, but anyway, I'm not taking the deal. No, nothing. It's pretty clear, clearly laid out, so I'll help you. Okay, excellent. So what I'd like to start with, Chief, is just, I guess, your current years of service, and if you want to walk us through your career path and just give us an overview. Okay, so originally from Halifax, Nova Scotia, went to University, St. Mary's University, obtained a degree in criminology From there, I applied to Atlantic Police Academy and went to the Atlantic Police Academy 93, graduated in 93. From there, I was hired by Truro Police Department December 93, spent my career with Truro, worked my way up through the ranks. There's a good cop, not one of the white shirt, usually babble. Worked my way up through the ranks, constable, corporal, sergeant, deputy chief, and now chief in my 28 years of service with Truro Police. So basically that's my career progression. Excellent. So your current years of service, I'm in my 28th year. Okay, and how many years have you been chief here? I would say since 2008. Okay, and how are you in years of service compared to other municipal police chiefs in the province? As far as total years of service, I'm not sure what some of them may have a little bit more service than I, but not any more than the chief. I guess they tell me I'm the senior chief in the province with like the longest serving chief for the province. So some people might have 30 years of service, but they weren't in the chief's role as long as I know, if that answers your question. And prior to joining the police world, what was your background? Again, student, went to St. Mary's University, had part-time jobs. I was auxiliary officer, community relations officer, or support officer, was called with the Halifax Police Department prior to the amalgamation. Interesting. Prior to the amalgamation. Okay. I'm just cleaning my glasses. For 2 years, I volunteered there, and that was about it. In your current role as chief, what organizations were you part of? That's numerous. I mean, I coached in the community. Good. I'm very good. I've been an active coach for 15 years in sports. I coached soccer, hockey, basketball. I involved in a number of boards, Colchester East HANTS, Mental Health Association of the hospital. I'm their board. I'm on their board with CNHA, Schools Plus on the board there. Colchester Partners, I'm on the board there. There's a new program, immigration program at the YMCA. I'm on the board with that. I'm sure I'm forgetting a few others, but yeah. So I'm involved with the community in that regard. Very good. Volunteering both with work and off duty, involved with numerous different groups and meetings, a lot of things with the municipality as well as far as the senior staff meetings and planning meetings with the community and things like that. So lots and lots of community involvement outside of work for sure. What are you eating over there? My Lord. Nova. Okay. What about your the Nova Scotia Chiefs Police Association? Yeah, sure. I'm involved with that. I've been currently a past president. I've been a president. I've served in all executive positions. I also represent Nova Scotia, Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. So I'm Nova Scotia's rep for the CAYCP. Just finished my first year and I have another year to go with that. So yeah. So there's lots of provincial committees from that and national committees as well that I'm involved with and policing from both these affiliations with all these boards. All this stuff is really beyond me why there's all these boards. But anyway, can you explain the role of Nova Scotia Chiefs, like their role and purpose? Yeah, so basically the role and purpose of the Nova Scotia Chiefs Association is to foster positive relations among police organizations and to be the voice of public safety in Nova Scotia. So that's kind of our overall mission statement. I don't know exactly the wording. This is why I never quite understand these things. But overall, the purpose of the board is to encourage and foster positive relationships among police agencies with an eye to public safety in Nova Scotia. Isn't that just being a policeman? So the kind of public safety expert in the government in Nova Scotia. So would you, as an organization, provide recommendations to the province? Yeah, sometimes, yeah. And can you describe any that you've done in the past? So anytime there seems to be a new program or a shift in proposed legislation, government usually reaches out to the president and tries to get membership from the Nova Scotia Chiefs Association involved in that. So it could be anything from, let's say, the Wortley report, for example, on the street checks. So there's Nova Scotia Chiefs component working on that as well. So anything that's coming out on policing services side, the government usually does a pretty good job reaching out to the Chiefs Association and asking for representation on a committee or a working group or a subcommittee. And that's typically how things, we engage the province on those types of things. The bloat is just amazing on all this stuff. And obviously the members are there to make recommendations and kind of give a voice of the police leadership to the province when they make decisions or things that affect police. Why they just can't phone, but so how's the relationship with the government from the Chiefs Association perspective? A lot of times it depends who's in the chairs. So the current setup, they have the current folks that are there, it seems very good. We went through a period of probably close to 10 years where it was terrible, just because the executive director that was there at the time, it wasn't a good relationship with municipal policing and DOJ, Department of Justice. But now they have some new folks and a lot of change over there. A lot of problem with justice is huge changeover all the time. They get people in for a year or two and they'd be gone. And they had a real hard time keeping staff. And they had a lot of vacancies and a lot of shortages. A lot of the programs and things that wanted to move forward were stalled for years and years and years. And it was really frustrating from the chief's perspective, but a lot of that was internal with the DOJ. But the current group they have in there right now seem very proactive, seem very keen and very engaged. So I think the relationship's as good as it's been in a long, long time. But we did go through an 8 to 10 year period where it was pretty bleak, to be honest. So obviously I'm reading between the lines, like real bad. And everybody recognizes that. But the new group that's in there now seem pretty engaged and pretty positive, and it seems to be going in the right direction for sure. How long has the new group been in? 2 years, maybe. Interesting. Okay. Now, is this in relation to the change in government? No, I think it's more change of staff. New executive director, and it would be interesting to know who that is, what old past one was. And it's a new blood down there. And I think they started to fill some positions and some vacancies, and they seem pretty engaged. Anybody know who it was before? When they say new executive director, you're referring to public safety division. Yeah. So Dave McLean was hired, and he was new. He was young. He has since resigned. But Haley Crichton's acting, and Haley's pretty keen. I know that they have a posting now, open now, to fulfill the job full time. So again, a lot of that depends on, anytime I see depends now, on who's in that chair in the relationship. But lately, the last 2 years at least, it seems to be going in the right direction, because it was really not a good place for a few years. Wow, he's really underscoring this one. And I think if you ask any chief that was around at the time, they would say the same thing. My, very pointed. Structuring policing in Nova Scotia. Can you give us an overview for those who have an interest in how policing in Nova Scotia is structured? In Nova Scotia, policing is a municipal responsibility, so it's the right in the act that says that. So some municipalities can choose what their police board looks like. And in 10 municipalities, they've chosen municipal policing. The rest of the province is covered under a whole slew of different contracts with the RCMP. So I think there's some direct contracts where there's a few little towns that have direct contracts with the RCMP, and then there's others that get the policing from the provincial service agreement. So there's two types of municipal contracts with the RCMP as far as I know. And then the RCMP is also the provincial police force in the province. So they would do a whole bunch of things for the province under the contract as well. Police in the 100 series highways. Sounds like one. For example, provide traffic enforcement, things of that nature, roadblocks, I guess. So that kind of layout structure-wise. So there is municipal policing, and then there's provincial policing, and then there's RCMP contract policing in the middle of that. Of course, then you've got all the other rubbish of federal policing and balls running around. RCMP, I was talking to somebody last night about the interview that I have up on my channel with the man behind the scenes. It's a good interview. Listen to it. He's really pulling the strings in the RCMP. Anyway, very good, because he speaks quite openly and describes what the RCMP exactly is. And it's, yeah. There's a document that you provided in disclosure, and it talks about the core municipal police functions versus the centralized funded by the government functions. Do you know how that was decided? I guess what municipal? Yeah, no, I don't know. I think it was DOJ document, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So I don't know exactly how. I think I would assume some of it would come from provincial contract, I would think, but I'm not 100% sure who's responsible for that. Is that what you're, yeah. So how do you decide, like, say, specialized services, like, say, forensics, canine, would you, like, what specialized services? Like, how do you decide? So Truro is a bit of a unique spot. We're too small to be big, we're too big to be small. So years ago, prior to myself becoming chief, our municipality decided that we needed to have our own forensic identification. Interesting. The lab pressures. Lab pressures. Okay, Halifax. Our own canine, our own detective section, whatever, and we have resourced and staffed that accordingly. So the history would be that we weren't getting the service from the outside agency. Who is who? So the history would be that we weren't getting any of the service from the outside agency, so we decided we need to do our own. So we've been lucky. We've had those resources here in Truro. All other departments don't. Other departments don't. They rely on either provincial police or neighboring municipal police force for that, and that's kind of how things go. It goes in this in the province. So, like, there's some departments that don't have their own canine, and they would rely, I believe they would rely on the RCMP for that through their provincial service agreement. Now there's a debate currently that the RCMP may not be providing that service, may not have to provide that service. There's a whole bunch of staff going on in the last year around that. But again, if someone asked us to send out K9 to Amherst, for example, we've done that in the past. We've sent it to Westville, we sent to Stellarton, we sent, we'll go anywhere, wherever we're asked to go. And that's just a phone call between chiefs. And if they need us to come, they need us, and if they need us, we'll come. And that's kind of the way it is. But that's, I don't know if that helps or not, that answer the question. It's totally, in its totality or not, sorry, blind. In its totality or not, but how we decided it was before I was the chief, but how I currently decide what level of service we, in conjunction with our board, obviously, and finance, and, budget considerations, we decide what we need in our community. And, we put a business case forward and we ask for funding and we get it or we don't. And so we're very fortunate here. We've got a very well-off municipality who understands, policing is an expensive obligation, but they also understand that they need to pay for the services you get. So we're very lucky. We have the support of our board and council and community, and we have those extra specialized units, and anything we don't, then we would rely on another agency for. It's probably RCMP. Yes. No sound. I think the sound is here. When is Chad going to be on the stand? Okay. That's not going to happen, I suspect. Sadly, Jamie. They may do a little Q&A paper thing, so God knows. And do remember, of course, that Colchester, I believe, I somebody can help me, but I think there's still a bunch of dispute as to whether Colchester may say bye-bye to the RCMP. Churros put in their bid a lot lower, and it's community policing, and it sounds like they give a lot more service from what I read for a lot, much, much better value. And of course, the Colchester board, on the Colchester Police Board, sits an ex-RCMP officer. It's very interesting. Who's not very pleased with the RCMP, by the way. David McNeil, it's anybody's guess now. It never used to be. Oh, sorry. I'm going to get into the MOUs, but I wanted to ask you, so when you reach out to certain provincial entities for service, is there cost recovery or is it in exchange? It's anybody's guess now. It never used to be. I don't know what has changed. But in the last year or so, there's been a real move with the RCMP provincially to start the, I'm not going to say threat, but that may be a bad word. But there's a cloud looming that it's kind of an unknown right now. Okay, so it's interesting. I was having talk with somebody this morning about lawyers, and yeah, they were like, lawyers kind of talk in code, and I'm like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's the way that you speak, right? And you have to just read between lines a lot of times. I'm very much the same way, just because I was raised in that household. A lot of things you can read into something that somebody says or doesn't say, or even the words that they choose, but he's being very picky with his words. So it's never really been an issue in the last year and a half. It's become an issue where they're starting to talk about cost recovery and who's responsible for what. And in the last 6 months, there's really been a lot of debate within the Nova Scotia Chiefs, the RCMP, and the province around this. And there's a new form that was created by the RCMP. Good, more form. Like a specialized service request form. We don't have the paperwork. Where did that go? None of the chiefs knew about it. And it just started showing up. Rank and file guys were getting this form from the RCMP. You get to fill out this out. So it's like a questionnaire from the MCC. Yeah, they all like it. You get to fill it out if you need this or that. So we asked the RCMP, what's that about? Didn't get a straight answer. Finally, we got an answer that was really kind of not an answer. Well, it's just a form for tracking purposes. Well, you know, what are you tracking for? Who's asking you to track it? Ooh, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on right now, and that's a little bit convoluted and kind of muddy the waters on who's responsible for what. Wow. We've also been told that the RCMP feel that they don't have to supply any services to anybody. Right. So there's a whole bunch of backdoor stuff going on right now with the Chiefs Association, the RCMP and the DOJ specialized services. And I think it's all driven for cost recovery on the RCMP side. And the fact that I think that they have a whole lot of shortages in the provinces, in the province. Look at the time frame, right? Because so many people are quitting. And they said, I've heard them say that we can't do this kind of thing for outside agencies because we can barely do it for ourselves. Maybe if you treated your members okay, didn't totally destroy your organization. Anyway, so that's the issue. So it's not clear, it's not a clear-cut answer. There's a lot of moving parts to it. Prior to that, the relationship was pretty good. If I needed somebody and I needed specialized resources, I can make a call to the crops officer of the day. Okay, so that's Leather's department. And we can have that discussion, and typically what happened? The new regime in each division, that came in the last couple of years, not so much. We don't have that relationship anymore. And it was even prior to, to last April. It was not the best. Right. So again, a lot of it depends on who's in the chair, who's the crop officer of the day, who's the CEO of the day, and we have a better relationship. We've had better relationships, and we were able to reach out and do things back and forth a lot easier. But there's been a shift, and I don't know what the shift is or what's being driven. But to me, it seems to be driven on cost recovery and resourcing in the RCMP side of the house. Speaking in riddles. But again, that's just my kind of observation of it. But there definitely is definitely a sticky topic right now currently. Okay, the relationship between the Truro Police and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice, you already kind of mentioned that. I don't know why you're not asking more, but okay. Yeah, it's kind of like the dog vest and Sutton. Okay, don't want to know more. Yeah, we've had a fantastic relationship. So, for example, from the Portapique tragedy, the Department of Justice or Justice Department decided they needed legislation in place to dispose of police equipment. More skirts. So I'm one of 3 chiefs that's on that committee. And they were talking and wanted to know what our last meeting, it must have been a month ago, what stage everyone's policy was. So I gave them my draft policy. So I was on vacation last week. Haley emailed me and said, look, Chief, we've got a draft policy. Could we send that to all agencies as a model? Absolutely, you should. So we've got a good relationship with Justice, with Truro. We do a lot of things back and forth. They've just recently funded 2 roadside drug detection pieces of equipment for us. And so we've got a really good relationship right now with DOJ, and they seem very engaged, as I said earlier. I think the relationship between Truro Police and DOJ has always been respectful, even when it was kind of rough around the edges with with Nova Scotia and DOJ, the police. But we've always maintained a good relationship with DOJ, and I have no issues. I don't reach out to them a whole lot or anything, but they know we're here if they need us. Touch that. And I think we're fairly well respected in the agency in Nova Scotia, and when they have questions or you need participation in something, we're always willing to get involved. So I don't have an issue with the relationship between Justice and Nova Scotia or Truro Police, at least. As the coordination, at least, again, being veiled, it's couching his words, has the coordination of some of the services across the province, like provincial audit process in that, how does that go? Yeah, that's improved in the last 2 years as well. Ooh. There was a period of time when DOJ kind of divested from policing. They used to be very heavily into training. So the DOJ used to be involved heavily in the use of force training and like train the trainer programs for domestic violence and for all sorts of different programs that would have been probably late 90s through the mid 2000s. Then there was a shift in the executive director, and it was more, we're divesting from policing because it's a liability. And we tried to argue with them that the liability is you divesting and taking more liability because you're responsible for an effective, efficient policing in Nova Scotia. Ding. That's the minister's clear responsibility. But that was an argument we couldn't win. So they used to be involved heavily in audit and training in police development. Then they divested from that for about a decade. Now they seem to be investing in it again, which has been good. And they've coordinated some training on domestic violence in the last couple of years. They've gotten back in the audits and the audit process. The request came from Nova Scotia Chiefs Association saying, we want you to audit us. We need you to audit us. Wow. So it wasn't justice. It was us pounding the drum. Get back into this, because right now we're doing a series of I'll come audit your police department and you come audit mine. Well, that's okay, but it doesn't pass the public stink test. Oh, I like this guy. I'm out of cigarettes. Give me a second. Public stink test. Wow. I'm sensing a Grady Judd here. I've actually heard good things, really good things about him, though I know very little. Doesn't pass this public stink test, right? They don't police. People don't want police auditing and investigating police. Nova Scotia Chiefs Association pushed the province to get the CERT team going. So it wasn't the province saying, hey, we're going to mandate the CERT team. It was Nova Scotia Chiefs. I was on the committee back in the day to do it. We want a CERT team in Nova Scotia because we want someone independent come in, investigate us, and we know the public isn't, in line with the police investigating police. So training policy, they're getting back into that, which is great. Audit. So the audit process is, so basically there's a police consultant with DOJ who's in that file, and she coordinates all the audits. So basically they would put out a document saying, this is your sexual assaults and going to be audited. So they would appoint a liaison person, and they would come pull a random sample of our domestic violence files or sex assault files or our exhibit files or whatever, and whatever the theme was that year, of the theme of the year. Is that Sharon Flanagan? Yeah, Sharon Flanagan, yeah. So basically, so they typically would do that, and then they go to all police agencies and do that audit. They did it when the first year they got back in the game was probably about 3 years ago, maybe. They did the domestic violence or they did sexual assault audit. So a lot of it was driven from the Maclean's article, the national article about the unfounded sexual assaults across the country. So they did the audit, which was fine. They did all the police agencies. But the next year, they were going to do an audit again on domestic violence. And we come to find out that all the police agencies, except the RCMP detachments, which really caused some grief for the Nova Scotia Chiefs, municipal chiefs. If you're going to audit policing in Nova Scotia, then audit the policing in Nova Scotia. But the RCMP opted out. They said they have a national audit program. DOJ, for whatever reason, we're pushing the issue to audit the detachments, and then someone overruled them and said, no, it's not going to happen. So they didn't get to audit the RCMP on the domestic violence side. But, period. Okay. Interjects. Interrupting. Why? What year was that? 19, I think. Inaudible Rachel Young speaking over David McNeil. Good job. I think so. Yeah. But somehow, anyhow, I think it's obviously got to be in the last couple of years. Anyhow, Sharon would have that information, I'm sure, but we do get audited that way. So the process, the first year was everyone got audited. And I don't know if anecdotally, I think I know what happened, but I don't know if people were favorable to the outcome and decided we're not participating in the next one or not. But anyway, the municipal departments are all in. We want audits. We want the audits to continue. And I can speak from my department. I welcome any oversight like that. Any audits, anything from an outside agency that can come reaffirm that maybe we're doing things correctly. But bigger than that, to point out where there's areas for growth and opportunities to improve. I'm liking this guy. And I think if you're not an agency that's looking at those things, you're an agency that's going
Excuse
to
me, ladies
fail.
and gentlemen. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phone off or on silent.
And please don't drink beverages. Please consume your beverages in the lobby before. Wow, this guy is good. Department of Justice get involved in justice. So prior to the influx of BC white shirts have been coming for a while. There was a move. 2017 was particularly heavy, if I'm recalling correctly. Why are they hiding from reports that were out that day? Why is the media being forced to take away some of the live videos they had? Big cover up. Absolutely. They're not being forced to take it away. They signed an agreement. Media signed an agreement on the onset of all of this. Right from the start, they signed an agreement to say that they would keep silent about a lot of key information that they learned. Now, why they would share that with them, if they're just asking them to NDA, I don't know if those are. I'm assuming that there are perpetual clauses put on those as well. I think, call me tinfoil, but I think it's to spin the narrative of the government, so that you let the press in and then they try and write something that fits better. Try and come up with it's like brainstorming a lot of different people. How can we explain this one away? Poor Miss Branda leadership always comes unprepared for any question, not just prepared questions. Given Chad attendance in the roadside memorial for Heidi in civvies, not his red surge, I'm betting he was shit canned and thrown out at back door with big NDA STFU order. I don't know anything about that. I just heard that he was out on leave. I don't know anything about that. I don't know where he's at today. I can ask. Prior influx, quitting CBC News, online blurb from 2020, quoting, Nova Scotia backlog, quote, worse than ever after pandemic. But he just having a good, God, and they figured out in the RCMP, you could just go off and get paid indefinitely with the COVID. I forget the code number. I was like, what? Show is about to begin.
Welcome back, everyone. Following this morning's very important and helpful roundtable, we will have a second roundtable this afternoon. Broadening the topic a little bit, it's entitled Public Communications During Emergency Events, Including Emergency Alerting, Planning for Accessibility and Equality. It will focus more on the receivers of notifications, and again, beyond the Alert Ready specific platform. It will deal with issues such as cultural appropriateness and equality. And facilitating our panel is Dr. Emma Cunliffe, our director at the Mass Casualty Commission, our director of research and policy. So, Dr. Cunliffe, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. As Chief Commissioner MacDonald has mentioned, my name is Emma Cunliffe, and I have the honour of serving as Director of Research and Policy for the Mass Casualty Commission. As facilitator of this afternoon's roundtable, I'll be directing the questions, asking follow-ups, and moderating the dialogue. The Commissioners may choose to pose a question or ask for clarification at any point. And as you know, roundtable discussions form part of the Commission's record. They're being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. This afternoon's roundtable will consider matters of accessibility and equality with respect to the design and use of public warning systems. The core themes of this roundtable include ensuring that planning and implementation factor in differences in access to cell phones and wireless coverage in remote regions and across Canadian populations, ensuring that warnings are communicated in both official languages and in other languages appropriate to the intended audience, and that they're culturally appropriate for their intended audience, and that the use of public warning systems does not reinforce patterns of exclusion or marginalisation, for example, with respect to racialised communities. Based on these core themes, I'm going to ask a series of open-ended questions that we hope will give each of you the opportunity to share your unique perspective, experience, and expertise with us. The first series of questions is about accessibility to and the reach of emergency alerts and public communications in emergency circumstances. The second series of questions is about the impacts on communities when inaccurate information is conveyed. The third series of questions will consider the privacy implications of public communications during emergency circumstances. The fourth series of questions will consider language rights. And finally, we'll ask our roundtable members to consider how to incorporate their suggestions into the governance and process of issuing public communications in emergency circumstances. As with every roundtable discussion, our intention is to provide the commissioners and the public with a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversation during phase 3 about lessons learned and potential recommendations. As a reminder, our proceedings are being simultaneously translated into sign language and transcribed, and so I would ask that you please speak slowly and clearly if you can remember to do so. To get us started, I'm going to ask each of the roundtable members to introduce themselves. Starting with those who are joining us in person today, Jennifer, if I may ask you to begin.
Jalasi Waldasi Bejidayo, welcome and nice to see you all. My name is Jennifer Jesty. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq. I am also the first Indigenous woman to become a member of the Nova Scotia Firefighters Association and the only Indigenous advanced care paramedic female in Nova Scotia as well.
Many thanks. Archie, could you please go next?
My name is Archie Beals. I am a resident and adherent of the community of North Preston in the Preston Township.
Many thanks. Commissioner Raymond Theberge, if you would mind going next. I'm so sorry, Commissioner Theberge. I think you may be on mute.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good day. My name is Raymond Theberge. I'm the Commissioner of Official Languages, and I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with you today, dealing with some very important topics around public communications in emergency situations.
Many thanks. Deputy Commissioner Gregory Smolnik and Ian Douglas. Gregory, if you wouldn't mind introducing both of you, that'd be fabulous.
Hello, I'm Gregory Smolnik. I'm a Deputy Commissioner at the Office of the Privacy Commissioner in Canada. I'm responsible for the OPC sector for policy and promotion. That includes technology analysis. My colleague Ian Douglas is leading analyst in this technology analysis directorate. We also provide government advisory services, business advisory services, and we're responsible for policy development, parliamentary affairs, and development guidance. We also have communications within our sector as well. I mentioned the advisory services we provide because if and when institutions, federal institutions, or private enterprises are looking to take a new initiative, implement a new program, do something that's going to have an impact on people's privacy, they are more than welcome to come to our office and seek out our advisory services, and we'll be happy to provide advice on specific initiatives. And I'll let Ian introduce himself. He is a very experienced technology analyst in privacy. Ian?
I am Ian Douglas, and I work, as Fred says, in the technology analysis director, which is under him. And I'm here in the capacity to support Greg today and discuss any technical issues that might be
Many thanks indeed, Ian. We are having some difficulty with your audio, Ian. I wonder if a member of the Commission team could perhaps reach out to Ian to see if they could assist with that. And Trish Coleman, at last but certainly not least, welcome, and we'd love to hear a little bit about who you are and the work you do.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm the Senior Safety Coordinator for Cumberland County. I've held the position for almost 3 years now. We serve seniors across the county, ages 55 and up, and we are just one of many similar programs across the province. So we offer in-person services to seniors as well as advocacy and navigation roles to them.
Many thanks indeed. It's our very great pleasure to have each of you here for today's very important conversation. Several of you work with communities that have particular needs with respect to public communications during emergencies. This morning we heard quite a lot about the overall design considerations and implementation considerations with respect to public warning systems and public alerting systems. And at this stage we'll shift gears a little bit to turn to a series of questions about how the distinctive needs of particular communities should be accounted for within the design and implementation of public warning systems and public communication plans. And Trish, if I could please turn back to you. As Seniors Safety Coordinator for Cumberland County, I know that you work closely with the seniors in Cumberland County to ensure that safety planning takes account of their needs. What are the most important considerations for this community when designing an effective public warning system?
Well, I can't really give numbers, but I can say that a significant portion of the vulnerable clients that I see in their homes struggle with poverty issues. They don't have smartphones. Many of them don't have cell phones or phones at all. So whatever alert system that operates on that platform isn't going to reach them at all. Cumberland County is a very rural county. A lot of my seniors are isolated. They don't have family. Their neighbors are not close by. A lot of them, well, it could very well be the case that I am the only person they see other than perhaps a VON nurse. So they really are not connected socially. They're not on Facebook. They don't use Twitter. They don't use Instagram, any of those kinds of things. So they don't have internet. So even getting a phone or a tablet in their hands doesn't solve all of those issues. And as I said, Cumberland's a very rural county. And I travel all over making my home visits. And I have discovered that even some of the bigger centers like Pugwash, for instance, is a town, there's no cell coverage there. So even if you have the ability to have a smartphone, you may not be able to even get service. So those are some of the things that I see. It's really a question of having the funds to get the equipment in hands of seniors, and then of course, just in a broad sense, having the infrastructure to support it.
Many thanks indeed. And to make sure that I understand the range of issues that you've just shared with us, Trish, I hear you saying that there is an intersection. It's not purely a question of seniors. It's an intersection of poverty, of rurality, of access to infrastructure, and of connectedness in other ways. Is that a fair accounting of what you've just shared with us?
Yes, I would say that the issues that I've described for seniors would certainly apply to a lot of other residents in our county for sure, yes.
Thank you very much indeed. Jennifer, if I could now turn to you, please. We heard a little bit this morning about the private alerting system that you've implemented in Unamagi. How has the technology, which is one of disseminating information to subscribers of an alerting app, help to facilitate information sharing, and to build a common understanding of important events within and between the First Nations communities on Cape Breton.
So I'd like to share a little story about an alert we just sent recently. There was actually a predator in one of our communities specifically seeking Indigenous girls into the sex trade. The person approached one of our community members, made the offer, asked if there were other girls interested in going with him. The police were contacted immediately, and of course, we were contacted to see if we could send out an alert. We felt like we had very limited information about the particular individual, so we didn't have a whole lot to share, but that really wasn't important. What was important was to make sure that all of our communities were fully aware that this was happening. And what ended up happening was that individual was, he was seen in other communities, basically just trolling the streets, looking for women who were just walking. Thankfully, we sent out the alerts, and the alert was given a very generic description of not so much what the person looked like. They had an accent and the color of the car they were driving. That's pretty much all we had. But the importance of that alert going out, and to all 5 of our communities, was that after that, it sparked even more interest. So it seems like every time we send out an alert, it encourages even more people to register for the system. So right now we have just over 3,000 people registered across the 5 communities. And when that alert went out, we had another 150 people registered for the system. What's also happening with the alerts when they go out is people are taking screenshots and immediately putting them on social media. So it keeps reaching further and further. You know, we think we're just capturing the people that are within our registrants of our system, but it's beyond that as well, because people are so anxious to share that information. I guess the point of that alert was the information got out in a very timely, rapid manner to a lot of people that were able to be on the lookout for something that a normal alert wouldn't have been sent for.
Thank you very much for sharing that important story. And to pick up on some of the themes of Trisha's answer, Jennifer, I know that you've done a lot of thinking, you and your community has done a lot of thinking about how to make sure that, for example, elders are included in both a culturally appropriate and a technologically appropriate way in the messages that they too should receive. And I wonder if you could please speak briefly to that.
So when we decided to go with the Everbridge platform and activate this as an emergency alert system, and that is all we use the alert system for, is emergencies only. So there's no community events, notifications, that type of thing. We send out things for boil water orders, road closures. A lot of our communities are isolated. What happens there is sometimes you have people that are out of community. When the road is closed, they can't get back in. And thankfully, we were able to get that information to them, so they're not sitting in their cars waiting for sometimes hours to get through. One of the big selling points specifically for the Everbridge platform was the ability to make it culturally appropriate, and that was very important to us. So even in the development of the system, the very first people that we told we were doing this, we had summer students go door to door to every single elder's house in all 5 of our communities, explain what the system is, ask their permission for them to register for the system. There was not one answer of no. Every single elder was more than appreciative that we have done this. The second part to that being culturally appropriate is the Everbridge platform not only sends out to sources such as cell phones and emails, it also rings the house phone. And for our elders in our communities that are much like other communities, they don't have access to technology. So being able to ring that house phone was very important. But the big selling point for that was that the chief is actually able to record his own voice in his own language. So when there's an alert that is of significant importance, the chief is able to record that message in the Mi'kmaq language and send that out so that when that elder picks up that phone, they hear my voice it says, please stand by for a very important message from your chief, and it's followed by his voice in their language.
Many thanks indeed. Archie, if I may turn to you, I'm very conscious of the distinctiveness of African Nova Scotian communities from other communities, but also as between one another. Speaking specifically to the community in North Preston, do some of the dynamics that Jennifer and Trish have shared resonate with you? What's your experience?
They do resonate, most definitely. In the community, it's mostly very few homes you see a senior living by themselves. It's usually a family member living with them. So it's intergenerational or multi-generational households. Just as an example, my mom, who's 85 years old, still lives in her house with her daughter, 2 of her granddaughters, and 2 of her great-grandchildren. So there's, that multi-generational aspect in the community. And that's with a lot of households in the community. And, we even have grandparents who are raising grandchildren while, their children are either working or, had to move away for whatever reason. So multi-generational households in the community. Again, not a lot of seniors are using technology, but the children in the house have the technology. And through a program that we did during COVID with the Association of Black Social Workers and with the Health Association of African Canadians, we were able to provide tablets to seniors in the community and then have one of their children or grandchildren teach them to use it. So, that aspect of technology is in the household as well. So, we're just trying to keep our seniors connected as well.
Many thanks. Raymond, if I may turn to you, your October 2020 report points to the dangers of failing to communicate emergency warnings in both official languages. Can you tell us a little about official language rights and why they're important to factor into the design and implementation of public communications about emergencies?
Well, one of the key pieces of any kind of public communications in Canada is to, in my view, include official language. That is, if you put out a message in both official languages, you will reach a significant number of Canadians. However, there are a number of Canadians who do not speak one or the other language. So when we send out information that is critically important, either for security or safety reasons, it is extremely important that the people be able to understand what is being communicated. I understand that communications is the key to emergency responses. However, we should not sacrifice one language group at the expense of the other. Too often what we're seeing now is in the initial response, we have a communication in one language only, and we will later on, through translation or other means, provide that information in the second language. We do have people who are unilingual, French speakers, unilingual English speakers. We have a greater number, for example, of Francophones arriving in Canada from other countries who are now settling all over in many provinces and territories. So we have to understand sort of this demo-linguistic makeup. This thing about Official Languages Act applies to federal institutions. And maybe later on we can talk more specifically about the alerting systems, which are not solely the responsibility of the federal government. And in that context, this is where we have issues in terms of putting out messages in both official languages. But in the survey that we undertook with Canadians with respect to official languages, what was very clear is that Canadians expect to be able to access information, critical information, in the official language of their preference.
Thank you very much indeed. And yes, indeed, we will turn towards the end of the roundtable to questions of governance and the complex regulatory regime that we are working in this space. Commissioners, is there anything that you'd like to follow up on before I turn to the next topic? Great. So I'd now like to turn to the risks of getting public communications wrong and the circumstances in which incorrect information might be shared. We heard from some of the roundtable members this morning that it's more important to get an alert out quickly and then to correct any misinformation as the issuer becomes aware of it. There's no question that in a fast-moving incident, it's important to move quickly to issue an alert. But there are trade-offs. If the information that is shared turns out to be wrong, that may impact the incident response, and it may also have short and long-term impacts on communities. We want to explore those impacts a little more closely now. We've included in the roundtable package for today some information about an emergency alert that was sent on the 8th of April 2022, which referred to shootings in East Preston and North Preston and described the suspects as 2 black males who were believed to be armed. The alert directed residents to lock their doors and shelter in place. Sometime later, it became clear that no one had been shot, and in fact, there'd been no shots fired at all within the community of North Preston. 2 individuals were apprehended and later released without charge. We'll spend a little bit of time on this example now. And Archie, if I can please begin with you. You've given some public statements, of course, about this alert. I wonder if you could please begin by sharing your experience of receiving the alert in the first place.
Sure. I distinctly remember April the 8th. My wife and I were coming home from an event at the Black Cultural Center. And as we were pulling or getting into our vehicle, we noticed there were police cars coming down Cherrybrook Road and stopped right in front of the Black Cultural Center, unmarked cars. And one of the officers got out and drew a rifle. And I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And then we saw vehicles going down Main Street. Then we were, told to come out of the parking lot and so we went into the city of Dartmouth. And as we were going into the city of Dartmouth, we could still see vehicles coming by. So we get home and probably 10 minutes, our youngest daughter calls, very frantic and crying, saying that there was a shooting and in East Preston, and her good friend is not answering his phone. She's a little bit of a drama queen, so we said, just settle down. And so she finally got a hold of her cousin, and then I was sitting watching TV and saw the alert. And then I right away went to Facebook, and there were posts on Facebook that there were no shootings in North Preston. The shootings were in East Preston. So, I went to Facebook and made a post that, there was no shooting in North Preston. So that went, and it created false fear in the community, especially with our seniors and our youth. Especially with the youth because of the shooting and killing of Marmar Simmons, a young 10-year-old. And, students are still afraid to go out to play in their yard. And this only created, again, false fear in the community amongst the youth, created false fear in the community amongst the seniors. So, there was no retraction that there was no shooting in North Preston. And again, with the alerts that I've seen, it did not identify race, but this one did. And, I think all of the alerts that I've seen involving the African Nova Scotian community did mention they were African Nova Scotian or Black. So, that again is not that that's misinformation, but why not include the race of everyone that you're sending out an alert for? Why just specify one community? That negative stigma, that stereotype, again, is perpetuated in a system that is meant to assist us. It's further stigmatizing us as a community.
Thank you. I understand that the community of North Preston mobilised after the alert was issued, and I wonder if you could please tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, there was a community meeting after that alert. I was not able to attend that meeting, so I'm not sure what happened at that meeting, but I can probably almost guarantee you that the same issues that I'm raising today were raised at that meeting. There is a lack of trust amongst the RCMP in the community. This didn't do anything to repair that. If anything, it just took us further back with the lack of trust. We're trying to build relationships. Again, the relationships are, the gap is getting wider. So, yeah, I wasn't able to attend that meeting, so I can't speak to the specifics of that meeting.
Of course, and thank you very much for
You're
that.
welcome.
I do have another follow-up, which is the misinformation that there had been shooting in North Preston as well as East Preston. I think was attributed by some, and perhaps by you in some of your public comments, to in part potentially arising from a lack of understanding of the North and East Preston communities and the African Nova Scotian communities in general. First, do I have that right? And second, if I do, how might a better understanding of those communities have helped the emergency services to avoid the error on this occasion?
Sure. The communities, excuse me, are distinct communities. Excuse me. Part of the Preston Township, which comprises East and North Preston, Cherrybrook, and Lake Loon. But they are distinct communities. So, if they would have said shootings in the Preston Township, that would have been suitable. But, to specify communities, make sure you're getting the communities right as to what community you're referring to. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for sharing that account of the impact of incorrect information on the community. Jennifer, you've had an opportunity to hear Archie describe the impact of the alert on the 8th of April in the North Preston community. From your perspective, how should the needs of and impacts on Indigenous communities be accounted for when it's not an alert being issued by your community, but rather one by a national or a provincial government in emergency situations?
Well, we would hope that our needs are going to be recognized and met as well. They may not be the same as everyone. They may not be the same as a non-Indigenous community, but we would hope that our needs would be recognized. I do believe there's been instances in the past where they've not been, when alerts maybe should have been sent out and were not. I want to point out that the criteria we have for our alert system and the current provincial alert system, they're not one better than the other. It's simply there's different criteria. So it's unfortunate that in cases in the past that our needs, when an alert maybe should have gone out, we didn't meet the criteria. But that criteria is the same whether it's an Indigenous or a non-Indigenous community. So we're hoping now that we're able to work with the Alert Ready system in Nova Scotia. As Indigenous communities, we've been invited to be able to request an alert be sent. Even though it's a bit of a lengthy process, we are still being invited to participate, and that's a first. So there's definitely improvements to be made in that respect. So our communities, our alert system is working for us. Maybe it doesn't work for everybody, but it's been very successful for us so far.
Thank you. And part of what I think I hear you saying, and please tell me if I'm wrong on this, is that your alerting system, the community alerting system, is a very useful supplement to the national system. They don't not serving quite the same function, perhaps, and that's part of perhaps why it's so successful in Unamagi.
Absolutely. So our alert system, the nice thing about it is the way people register for the system is that they're registering for that specific community. So now we have the ability to send out an alert to one community. So if it's just that one community being affected, we can easily send out the alert just to them. And the big benefit to that is now we have the ability to not have to involve outside agencies, maybe ones that are non-Indigenous in this alerting perspective. So at the moment, right now, each community controls that. They own their own access to the system and able to send out the alert. I am the only one right now that has access to send out alerts to all 5 communities at the same time. And we've needed to do that recently in the past. But it's about the ownership as well, so that the chief and council of that community can also make their own decisions as to when an alert is appropriate. And we can develop our protocols around our needs.
Many thanks indeed. I'm going to shift gears a little bit now and turn to some of the privacy implications of public communications in emergency circumstances. Public warnings may have individual privacy implications in a couple of ways. It's possible that personal information about, for example, a suspect may be shared in a warning. But privacy implications may also arise with respect to the access that warning systems potentially give to emergency services or organisations to data about cell phone users and their locations. Gregory, if I may ask you, how does privacy law apply to the design and use of a public warning system, and what are some of the key privacy concepts that should be accounted for in the design of public warning systems?
Thank you. Maybe I'll just step back and give you a little bit of a picture of the privacy landscape in Canada to start. I'll talk a little bit about a couple of documents that my office has produced relevant to the issue of alert systems. And then I'll try and zero in on the specific question. So it's already been suggested that we're dealing with a very complex jurisdictional landscape in Canada. Of course, you have federal privacy regulators, you have provincial and territorial privacy regulators, you have private sector stakeholders, so First Nations stakeholders, of course, as well, different community groups who are implicated in these questions as well. So the Office of the Federal Privacy Commissioner is responsible for regulations regulating pertaining to 2 federal laws. The Privacy Act, which governs privacy issues pertaining to federal public institutions, and a private sector law relevant to private sector enterprises, commercial enterprises. There's a document that we produced in our office in 2013 in collaboration with our provincial and territorial colleagues, the privacy commissioners of the subnational privacy commissioner offices, and it's called the OPC Privacy Emergency Kit. It's available on our website, and it actually addresses some of the issues surrounding alerting systems. Insofar as I think a lot of the questions at hand revolve around federal public institutions, including institutions such as the RCMP that are subject to the Privacy Act. The Privacy Act has specific provisions for public interest disclosures by federal institutions. And we have very recently published guidelines on public interest disclosures by federal institutions. This is also available on our website, and I provided these documents also to your commission. Essentially, the Privacy Act allows federal institutions to disclose personal information in the public interest or in the interest of the individual to whom the information relates. This includes cases where there are health issues, safety, or security that may be at risk, or as well as other situations related to the individual in question or to the public interest. So the guidelines also provide an understanding of how these public disclosure measures should work. So those are available online. In addition to the statutes on the federal level that may be in play, there are some very important principles. So getting to questions around accuracy and information that can be provided, among the principles that are very important here are the information should be limited if you're disclosing information. It should be necessary for the purpose, a very specific purpose. And going back to an earlier question, all reasonable steps should be taken to make sure that the information is complete and accurate. Now, I realize that some of my commentary is very general, if not generic. But when we come down to a specific system with the specific capabilities, specific information or data flows, or a particular alert system, multi-jurisdictional, we have to assess exactly the parameters of the system, understand the various levels of government that may be involved and have jurisdiction, and understand specific cases and scenarios, and then we can provide more precise information or advice on the development of such systems or policies and privacy policies surrounding these systems. But those are some basic points of information that I hope help situate the problems faced with privacy and alerting systems.
Indeed, they do. Thank you. And I'm just going to ask one clarification question, Gregory, before I turn to Ian. In the last portion of your comments, I understood you to be saying that with respect to the, if I can euphemistically call it, the back end of the technology and what data the technology might allow an emergency service or an emergency management organization to have access to, I heard you saying the privacy implications of system design would depend on the system in play, that the quantity of data and the specificity of data perhaps that an emergency services organization could access would change your advice as privacy commissioner about the privacy implications.
It's one of the things we stress in many contexts, not just with alerting systems, is that organizations or public institutions, or wherever the twain meets, that's happening more often, that you have public-private partnerships or the interplay of different systems, telecommunications enterprises in this case, obviously, that the privacy is built in by design. So that there is a very high level of consciousness about the need for privacy. Incidentally, privacy is not just a nice to have thing, it is a fundamental human right. And it has a very clear relationship to other rights and freedoms as well. I like to say that privacy is instrumental actually to human liberty, to non-discrimination, to fairness, and so on. So these are important considerations. When it comes to designing systems, government programs that involve technology or apps or whatever you have, it's very important to build in privacy by design in the first instance. One way to do that as well is to conduct a privacy impact assessment. Incidentally, another document that we produced not long ago is a guide to how to conduct privacy impact assessments to ensure compliance with federal privacy laws. So it takes you through step by step about how to do these things. By the way, one of the things I've observed over the years is that in the conduct of the systematic privacy impact assessments in the development of new systems and the development of new programs, it also has ancillary benefits of making those programs probably more streamlined, better, and works out some of the problems. So it could highlight, for instance, governance issues, jurisdictional issues. One of the privacy principles is accountability, and accountability is obviously going to be closely related to questions of governance as well. So it brings to the foreground kinds of issues that will hopefully make your, in this case, a learning system, or the bureaucracies and mechanisms surrounding an alerting system better overall, while at the same time addressing privacy issues and risks. So yes, it's a little bit challenging sometimes to speak in the abstract about systems in general. Like, we obviously would like to take a look under the hood, and my colleagues in technology analysis want nothing better than to examine everything there is about a new piece of technology, how it works and how information flows, and the safeguarding of information on those systems and so on. My policy colleagues at the OPC and our legal services also look at the legal compliance and policy dimensions of systems, but those are some comments. So I'm hoping to communicate to you, among other things, that in our office, not only do you have a regulator, but also a resource that could help provide advice on the development of privacy mindful, but also compliance systems and regulatory terms.
Thank you very much indeed. That is very helpful. Ian, if I may turn to you, and I do want to unpack the technology aspect a little further, and appreciating, as Gregory has quite fairly said, that it can be difficult to have this conversation in the abstract. This morning we've heard quite a lot about alternative technologies, alternative alerting technologies that are presently available or may become so in the near future. And so some examples are bidirectional alerting was the term used, where an SMS is sent to a cell phone or by some other technology, the information is communicated, and the recipient of the information has the opportunity to communicate back to the person who sent the alert. The example that Mr. Hallows gave this morning is one involving what Australians would call bushfires or forest fires or wildfires, where somebody might receive an alert and have the capacity to say, I've received it and I'm taking steps to ensure that I'm safe, or potentially I've received it and I actually need help. And with associated capacity there for emergency services to identify the location from which a message seeking help might have been sent. So let's begin, rather than send you a pile of hypotheses, let's begin with that one. How would privacy arise with respect to a system of mass distribution to cell phones within a given geographic area, and the capacity then to shift into a mode of individual feedback from individual cell phone subscribers? Kinds of considerations would be in play there.
Okay, I guess the easiest way to go here would be to compare the two systems that we would be talking about. So the one that you were describing is based on location-based SMS, which requires the tracking of every single device. And then they take the number from the database and they format the alert, and it goes out to everybody one message at a time. So if you have, a city the size of Toronto, you're sending out a couple of million messages, and that takes a bit of time, but that's not really the problem for privacy. The privacy section is that all of these phones are now having to be tracked in a database. So every minute of every day, they have to know where you are in order to be able to send it, because they're going to send it based on where you are from the database. So the database says you're within the geo-fenced area, which could be a circle or something that's drawn on a map. And then they will then send the data to those phones. The Alert Ready system was kind of built from the old system, I guess. They used the TV and radio originally. So you had the little broadcasting that came up and we all got told by the television set or the radio. That still works. They have CB, which is one-way communications that is used for transmitting the data to the phones. So instead of actually knowing where the phones are, what you do is you draw your geographic location again, your circular square, whatever it is on the map, and you say, I want to send to the people that are in this area. And what happens is they send the alert to the towers or the cells that are in that area, and then all the devices that are connected to it get the alert. So they don't know anything about you, your location, or anything about that. If they wanted, they would have to go get that information from the towers and request it from the providers. The TV and radio would still send the signal that they had before. So now you have, that's the second system. Now you have apps. And if you have apps that are doing it, that means that you really need to have the user register. And if the user is going to register, well, hopefully you have a privacy notice, and the privacy notice is what you tells the individual what the information is that you require in order to be able to send them messages. So your app or browser, whatever you're using, will register for a push notification, and that will then be sent to them in the event there is an alert. And your database, which has their information in it, if you don't need to track it anymore, you already have it. You know whether or not they're in the area, and you can send it to them, unless, of course, they're traveling, in which case they'll get a message when they're down in Florida. In the event you want two-way comms, the idea being that you are going to respond to the SMS or the alert that comes up on your screen, or you will be redirected to a website and they'll send something from there. So you could do that too. But again, those people have already opted in. And for those systems to work really well, you need smaller amounts of people to be alerting. You don't really want to be alerting a huge population, I don't think, because if you're getting, 2 million receives answers, I don't know what you're going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to answer them all, maybe. So then there's one other aspect, and that's when you have software built on another platform. And the platform, in some of the cases I've looked at, they use a software development kit, which may actually include a service provider. And then the service provider has a license that says, oh, by the way, all the information that we collect from your app, we get to deaggregate, we get to aggregate, de-anonymize, and then sell it off to data aggregators, which will then sell it for, processing, and you end up with your data being shipped out for marketing purposes or some other purposes. But so at the end of the day, I guess it really does depend on the user wanting to be alerted, and if they want to be alerted for certain types of alerts, because alerts are, from my understanding, is that they're broken up into different types. There's some that are absolute emergencies. Okay, so we've got a tsunami coming, or there's a tornado coming towards your house. So the people that are in that area, they need to be notified as fast as as possible. Now, the other ones you have the life-threatening, where you have a person going around like we had in the mass casualty issue here, and you want to be able to notify people quickly with that. At the same time, are you going to be looking for responses at that time? I don't know if that's what the police would be looking for or not. But so at the end of the day, I guess it's up to the user. But when the user doesn't really have a choice, like the alerting system, which is in place now with the Alert Ready system, I guess the weighing of things is, do you want to be tracked all the time in order to get an alert? And our office generally falls in the, do we really want to track people all of the time? And it's usually a no. So I hope that answers your questions.
Indeed, it does. Thank you very much.
If you do not mind, Dr. Kama, if I could just supplement
Please
a
go
couple
ahead.
of things on a level of principle, I suppose. So anything that tends towards mass surveillance is strongly discouraged. And going back to the principles I mentioned earlier, what's necessary for the system to function? How can you limit collection and disclosure? And what are the specific purposes? So those would help, I think, inform system design as well.
Thank you, Gregory. That does indeed help. And in fact, I was just about to turn back to you and ask if you could loop back to something you said in passing earlier, which was your characterization of privacy. I can't remember quite the phrase you used, but as a right that enables other rights to exist. And I wonder if you could expand on that.
Don't get me going. I chair an international working group of the Global Privacy Assembly on privacy as a human right and its relationship to other rights and freedoms. And again, on our website and on the Global Privacy Assembly's website, there's a very long treatise on this issue. Just to summarize, privacy is a right. We consider it to be fundamental to exercise of other rights and freedoms. In fact, it's our view that you can't have a public democratic life without the right of privacy being respected. To be a little more concrete, there are also all kinds of administrative rights associated with information rights and privacy as well. Right to access your own information, being held by government institutions, that sort of thing. But you also see how in the instances where people's personal information may be disclosed inappropriately, this could lead to discriminatory practices. This could lead to other violations of other rights. So it's kind of fundamental. Often in the personal information, I mean, it's used in many, many ways on a daily basis. It's used in every commercial transaction. It's used in mundane kind of things. People are generally aware that they have a right to privacy, but the implications of what that right means is maybe not always understood by everyone in different contexts. So the key is when we're designing systems, of course, there are other rights as well. It works the other way as well. People obviously have a right to security, to life as well. And there are provisions in our laws that allow for disclosures to protect people's safety. And in those instances, there's a balancing test that needs to be undertaken, whether or not the public interest in disclosure outweighs the invasiveness of privacy. Our guidelines for public interest disclosures address exactly how you go about taking those things into consideration. Yeah, I'm probably in a kind of an abstracted philosophical way talking about these things, but I guess the thing I'd like to leave you with is that poorly designed systems, poorly designed apps that don't consider all these things could lead to, put it this way, it's not difficult. In fact, we've seen instances of this and the potential for this both in the public sector, but in actual instances in the private sector, where apps are developed, for instance, there's obscure privacy notices that don't provide full information. An app could allow for geo-tracking of individuals as they move around, effectively enabling mass surveillance of individuals and as they move geographically around, but also their connection to various other personal information that's being collected through the app. So it's not that technologically, it's not difficult to get to technologies that enable mass surveillance, both public sector side and on the private sector side. And sometimes you have instances where the two can intersect when you're talking about biometric technologies, facial recognition technologies, etc. It's there is that potential, and the lesson that I want to leave you with, or the message is, these things have to be considered in designs of systems, designs of technology, and apps, that kind of thing. So as you head off that potential and you make sure that Canadians' rights are respected at the outset of design, right through to operationalization of new systems.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to shift gears again a little bit, and Raymond, if I may turn to the work that you alluded to in your introductory remarks. In October 2020, you published a report that studied the use of official languages in emergency communications in Canada, and I'm aware that that was prompted in part by the nature of public communications at the outset of the COVID pandemic. You also alluded in your introductory remarks to the fact that you conducted a public survey of Canadians' expectations with respect to official language communications. I'm wondering if you could share a little bit more information about the methodology you use to study the content of public communications and the key aspects of your findings from that study.
Well, as you said, the study was prompted by certain situations around public communications during the pandemic, where we had, for example, unilingual press conferences, unilingual labeling of products, and within the public service, we were, for example, receiving messages in one language only, and those kinds of things. So we used that as a premise to broaden our investigation into the whole question of the impact of emergent situations on official languages. And we looked at a period of about a decade, and we had a number of events involving, for example, the RCMP, involving Amber Alerts, involving other kinds of communications with the public during a number of emergent situations. But we also wanted to know, what do Canadians think about this? So we set up an online survey, and we asked Canadians to tell us about their experiences in dealing with official languages within an emergency context. And we've received a significant number of responses. Some were extremely lengthy with very specific cases and how they felt about those situations. And I think what's important is, number one, is there's a feeling of, if I cannot receive information in my own language, it might lead to a misunderstanding. And I know there is this principle that it's important to get the information out quickly, but it's also important that it be understood, that people can comprehend the mission, the message. So we had many Canadians telling us that it's extremely important to get the messages correct. But what we also found out in dealing with these situations, that the federal institutions, we dealt with federal institutions who were responsible for providing the information, that within the institutions, they do not have the capacity at the time, and I would probably say to this day, they do not integrate, for example, bilingual capacity or sufficient bilingual capacity in those areas with respect to emergency preparedness. So it is always too late once an emergency happens to then say, well, what do we do now? So what we looked at is, we suggested to the federal government, and they've looked at it closely, is that the language, the Translation Bureau, create a special unit that responds quickly to translation needs of organizations. But more importantly is, in 2022, after over 50 years of the Official Languages Act being implemented in the federal public service, why are we still dealing with a lack of capacity? And so clearly there is a lack of understanding within certain institutions with respect to what their obligations are. They don't have the linguistic capacity to deliver in both official language in emergency situations. They can't provide either written or verbal communications. And that really led to a number of concerns on my part, is that we are putting at risk the lives of Canadians when we do not communicate with them in the official language of their choice or their preference. And we could broaden this out to a much broader conversation in terms of what languages should we be using. But as the Commissioner of Official Languages, I sort of focus in on the official language of the country. I'd like to loop back also to the question of technology, in the sense that we have to make sure that language rights are technologically neutral, that the Official Languages Act is technologically neutral. That is, whatever technology we choose, it cannot be an excuse for not providing information in both official languages. There's a reason why we use Zoom in Parliament and not Teams. Zoom provides us the technology to provide simultaneous translation. There's a new piece of legislation which has been tabled in the House, which is a new Official Languages Act. And in that piece of legislation, which is C-13, we are in the preamble, the government is saying that the Official Languages Act applies in all situations, including emergency situations. Therefore, I think the message is getting there, but it's taking a tremendous amount of time for the federal apparatus to put in place the systems, the directives, the policies to be able to react appropriately in emergency situations. And again, later we can talk about more specifically public alerting, but as a general rule, when it comes to emergency preparedness, what we saw is that federal institutions are not prepared to work in both official languages in those kinds of situations. And when we talk about rights, language rights or charter rights, the Official Language Act is a quasi-constitutional act, and it is a fundamental piece of legislation which goes back 50 years. It is evolving. The linguistic environment is evolving, but it's also extremely important for institutions to know what is the linguistic environment in which they are operating. And I think too often we're not aware of the communities that we work with, that we deal with, and we make assumptions that are not correct. So I think moving forward, we have to make sure that in our systems approach, we have to build capacity to make sure that we can respond appropriately in both official languages in emergency situations.
Many thanks indeed. Jennifer, as Raymond said, his focus, of course, is on the official languages of French and English. You've alluded in your remarks today to the fact that the public warning system that you've adopted in Unama'ki has the capacity to issue information in English and Mi'kmaq. Why is it important to ensure that public warning systems have the capacity to issue warnings in Indigenous languages? And how might this capacity be improved within provincial and federal public communications plans?
Well, in the Indigenous language, a lot of English words don't exactly translate even remotely the same as they do in the Mi'kmaq language. I'd also like to point out that the Mi'kmaq language is now one of the official languages of Nova Scotia. So I think that's even more important when we're talking about getting into an official capacity. With this, the reason why we chose that particular platform with that ability was specifically for our elders, and leaning on toward where including the seniors in this is extremely important. And it really needs to be in a language that they can understand and they can communicate. The reason why we're communicating with them in the first place is obviously there's something pretty devastating going on within the community. So there's already going to be a heightened sense of awareness and worry about whatever's happening. So to try to communicate that in a language that's not their first language is just going to present even more of a barrier. So having it be the ability to be able to do that in our system was very important to us.
Many thanks indeed. Commissioners, I'm going to propose that we take our break now. It's a little earlier than scheduled, but if you're comfortable taking a 15-minute break now.
Yes, thank you so much. We will do just that. We'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh my. This really is a special kind of deception that's going down. Real special. If these people are honestly entertaining this in any capacity, I do have some concerns about the special. No alert used, i.e., the discussion from that point forward is a moot. What is the definition of moot again? It absolutely pointless beyond now. Moot point. Moot. No. You can talk about privacy. You could talk about spaceships. You could talk about dogs that stand on their head and clown cars. You can talk about a lot of different things. Hell, you could even throw in some agenda moving things. But it still doesn't answer the question. Was the alert used on April 18th and 19th? The answer, no. Was there an order not to use it? The answer is most certainly yes. Were there several officers that asked for that to be used? The answer is yes, including Heidi. So entertaining any discussion beyond that is special. Real special. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Even with the psych warfare, cheap, low-level intelligence attacks. We love you. Don't you know? Special. Shame. That's going to be thrown in there too, because then people are going to be beginning to question what's going on up here. But you didn't use the alert. No, we didn't. So then the next question would be, why are you talking about all this other stuff? Do you need some help? Help, help. Maybe. You can talk about Donald Duck. You can talk about sweet spots and message fatigue and stakeholders. CBs, I like that one. That one was pretty good. Privacy, P3s. Poverty, age, race, language, natural disasters, smartwatches. Well, that was a fail to bring that one in. Fitbit. Hammers, fridges, self-promotion, holistic, posters. What is your dream? Speaking of old papers, not relevant, from different countries. Flagging. Slow burn. Oops, wrong word. Amazon. Terminator. Oops, wrong word. Donald Duck. Hieroglyphics. Geography lessons. Data mining. Privacy invasion. Spying on citizens. Bank cards. SIM cards. COVID. Alert fatigue. Special. Sorry, what was that again? I'm kind of slow. And I'm kind of stuck. Oh, the answer is no. But more importantly, the order not to. Problem. Not relevant. And I think that's all that needs to be pointed out. No, sorry. No sale here. Not interested. Not interested in SIM cards or COVID. Stakeholders. Because there would be no stakeholders at the table, right? Because nothing happened. But special. It's a delusional type of world. What are the reasons the RCMP chose not to use any alert? Why is it the head of the OCC for that evening, Bruce Byers, is like, yeah, I kind of figured. No, they don't want. They may not want to release. They may not want to release. Decision was made from a sergeant. Coming from a sergeant. When do you think the decision was made? Looking like a lot of blood on people's hands. Shakespeare and blood. I think I remember something about that. It doesn't wash off. No. No matter how many different geometrical pieces of furniture you have, still does not change Heidi's requests, does not change that people died as a result of your decision. It was made very high up the food chain. Early on. What are you covering up down there exactly? Why would you go to these lengths to make people look foolish, to make yourselves look foolish, to destroy an organization that's very old? Why is it that Americans could get the warning? Why is it that people were literally put in danger and aren't up in arms about that one. Like, seriously protesting that outside the MCC and just asking one very simple question. Well, it would lead to successive questions. Why was the decision made to endanger life? When it dawns on you how malicious that is, really, truly malicious, it becomes quite horrifying. That means all of you who are down there, save the people who were informed from the family, were expendable. You have zero value. See if that doesn't keep you up at night. Perhaps think of your children who could have been out, fallen victim. Does that make you upset? It certainly would make me very angry. Not in a violent way. In a way I'm going to let people know in no uncertain terms. You don't threaten my family. Bad news. You don't talk about hieroglyphs and traumatized families. The ones that, well, the blood is on your hands. Bad news. This has been going on since April 18, 2020. It hasn't ceased. They don't let up. They continue. That's a legacy one wouldn't want to live with, would they? Not something that should be sloughed off easily by any stretch. No, it's your family. It's you. A big fat goose egg. And even if you don't live in Nova Scotia, oh, that's the way you're regarded too. I personally don't like it. I value all of you. But do they? Bad news.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phone off or to silent.
When are they going to hear from the families? In public. hear if they're satisfied. Seems like Mr. O'Brien counted. Very public demonstration of that. My message is I speak to different levels. I speak to those of you who are watching to try to help you spread the word, which I do hope you're doing. Those who might not be doing the right thing, wherever they may be, receipts. Time to get off the boat. It's going down. Not in a threatening way. It's called from the heart. Do the right thing. Boom. Nice.
Dr. Cunliffe?
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. So at this point, we're going to turn to some important questions about governance and accountability in the design and implementation of public communications plans. Over the past couple of days, we've heard evidence and dialogue about how public warning systems can be designed with the needs of end users in mind, and particularly with respect to the needs of the communities that public warning systems serve. We've heard that this design has technological dimensions, and so the capacities that may be embedded within the technology and have significant implications. But we've also heard that there are relational and community questions that a given alert message is not sent in a void. And so both Archie and Jennifer, for example, have alluded in their remarks to the ways in which alerting plays out within a relationship between a community and emergency services and is received within that context. Jennifer, this is a challenge that you've particularly navigated, I think, as you've designed, implemented and tweaked the Everbridge system. What thoughts do you have about who should be sitting at the table when a public communications plan for emergency situations is developed to ensure that communities' needs are well served?
I do believe it needs to be all-inclusive, and I realize there's not going to be one particular alert system, let's go with, that is going to meet everybody's needs all the time. That's just not going to be possible. However, it really needs to be inclusive and include people, not just the people that are at the higher levels of government or community representation. We need to have community members at that table. You need to hear directly from them. What are their needs? What are their expectations of when these messages need to be sent and need not to be sent? And so I really believe that one of the things we're attempting to do is, and we're guilty of this in our communities as well, that sometimes our communities very much work in silos. And each community is so busy trying to take care of their own needs, it's very difficult for them to get involved in other communities. So I'm trying to bring everybody together, and I assume it's going to be etched on my headstone. I'm trying to mend the bond. And everything I do is about attempting to mend the bond, whether that's between Indigenous community and Indigenous community, or Indigenous community and non-Indigenous communities, between elders and youth, whatever it takes to bring everybody to the same table, because ultimately we're all trying to accomplish the same goal. And so I think it's very important that all of the groups that are going to be affected need to have representation and a voice.
Thank you. Trish, if I can turn to you, how might the design of a public communications plan ensure that seniors are worked with, particularly vulnerable seniors, in order to understand their needs and to ensure that those needs are accounted for in the design of a public communications plan for emergency situations?
Well, I certainly think that seniors need to be heard from, obviously. But also, I think it needs to be considered how much now they would be not able to access the public communication. And so I was listening to what Jennifer said in her community, where someone out knocked on every door. I think that would be a key component to be sure that that all seniors are actually heard from and that their needs are identified. Every senior would have a particular different need. I also think it's really important to know individual communities. So in my county, for instance, the rural areas, each community does stand on its own and would have different needs in terms of how communication happens. So outside of the alert system, if we are looking at vulnerable seniors who are disconnected, who don't have family, and looking at another way to communicate emergency information, you really need to know what happens in particular pockets around our county. So someone mentioned, I don't know if it was Greg or Ian, mentioned about TV and radio, our traditional ways of getting some of this emergency information out. But where I am, we have a local radio station. It doesn't reach the whole county. It reaches Amherst and maybe a half an hour's drive from Amherst. A lot of my clients don't have TV. Again, it goes back to, there was a time when folks had a TV, but the service was free. But so many gaps in what's there. So getting those things into seniors' hands, yes, but then there needs to be a concerted effort to get the wraparound services mapped to whatever goes out, whether it's through senior safety or other agencies that serve seniors. But I think seniors in a lot of senses just operate outside of the alert system that we're talking about now.
Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, I had a follow-up question for Trish, Gregory, and so if you don't mind, I will come to you in a couple of minutes. Trish, if I may, I did want to follow up on a comment that you made some time ago with respect to the fact that for many of the seniors that you work with, you and perhaps a VON worker might be the only person they see in the course of a week or some period of time. And I did want to particularly ask you a follow-up question about that. What thoughts do you have about the needs of care workers and those who are working directly with seniors, both the role that they might be able to play with respect to the community safety needs of those relatively vulnerable seniors, but also the needs of a worker such as you in your own right to ensure that public communications keep you safe during emergency?
Well, obviously, agencies do need to work together. I take referrals from a number of other agencies, so continuing care, for instance, so care workers, RCMP, and then out of that arises all the privacy issues that we've raised. Definitely, we need more mental health services, for sure. You know, some of the dangerous situations that I go into where I'm taking a police officer with me, those circumstances often are a result of a mental illness on the part of the client. And again, poverty. And I don't know, there's no easy answer to that. That's just a broad statement I'm throwing out there. But really, in order for us to meet a lot of the issues, it's a question of the clients just not having the financial means to improve their home situation or to get the things that they need. You know, I go into some pretty appalling homes, and actually I go in places where RCMP are kind of reluctant to go sometimes, and continuing care workers and VON nurses would not go because it's not safe or not clean. And so more mental health helps would certainly alleviate a lot of those concerns. Did I answer your question?
You answered part of my question in a very public-spirited way, and part of my question was also your own safety and your own interests and those of, for example, VON workers and the needs that you might have, for example, to ensure you have accurate information when you're stepping in to a potentially risky situation.
Right. So if I can just answer that then. So I have safety protocols, as do VON and continuing care workers. And I have the right to refuse service if I determine that it isn't safe for me to go alone into a place. So I do work with our CMP, our town police. I often will make a 2-person visit. But again, I don't go anywhere without the consent of the client. So I'm a little bit different than some of the other service providers. So adult protection and RCMP and town police certainly have a broader mandate than I do. I would never go without an invitation from the client themselves. I tell people I have a title but no authority. So I would never go in someplace if I wasn't invited or allowed in. But we do have a set of protocols, and I'm quite mindful of those things when I do make visits. And if I choose to bring someone with me for safety, I would get permission from the client before I did that.
Thank you very much indeed. Gregory, thank you for your patience there. Please go ahead.
Hi, it's no privacy intervention per se, but we in the OPC, like elsewhere in the federal public service, are part of, there's a movement to integrate gender-based analysis plus into our work, in our case, to understand how our privacy activities, policies, and so on affect different people, perhaps in different ways, to consider different intersectionalities in society when doing our work. And of course, at the risk of stating the obvious, it sounds like alert systems and the development need to consider how obviously different segments of the population that would be in receipt of these services or these alerts, their access to technology, access to information may vary across the jurisdiction in question. Anyways, I'm kind of stating the obvious, but the suggestion is a systematic gender-based analysis plus overlay to the development of alert systems.
Thank you very much indeed. Archie, if I may turn to you now, what would you hope to see from a public warning system and associated public communications plan that might be designed or implemented to incorporate greater governance by and accountability to the communities it's intended to protect?
Wow, that's a loaded question. I do remember a public alert going out when there was a young child missing in the community. And that public alert was perfect. It hit the nail on the head with providing the detailed information that was needed. But, from a cultural standpoint, that's something that I'd have to really delve into. I've not thought about that in any great detail, but I think there needs to be culture, race, gender, all of that taken into consideration when making public alerts. And I think, there needs to be first voice at the table when making those announcements or, formulating those alerts. So there needs to be authentic first voice. I'm not sure if I answered your question or not.
Absolutely, you
Okay.
have, Archie. Thank you. And I want to make sure that I understand your response. Part of what I heard you to be saying is that first voice should be at the table, not just in the design of the system, but literally as the alert is being designed.
And even the way the alert is communicated.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gregory, if I may turn back to you in your capacity as a representative of the Federal Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Of course, in that role, you've already alluded to the fact that you navigate the complexities of privacy regulation, including questions of jurisdiction as between federal and provincial privacy officers, for example. How do these jurisdictional complexities affect design and governance of systems such as Alert Ready?
Well, it necessitates very close cooperation with our provincial and territorial colleagues, and when need be, other stakeholders. I think if people come to the table in the design of a system in good faith and a willingness to bring those complexities, to the table, understand them, unpack them, and sort out the statutes that are implicated, the policies that are in play, and getting all the right actors, including to the community actors and various representatives of different groups in the same place, then you can sort things out. It is complicated. I think it's increasingly complicated. There's something going on, I guess, in the march of technology where you increasingly have public-private interplay as well, which adds a further layer of complexity legally, because we do have sort of old 20th century statutes that apply to the public sector on one hand and to the private sector on the other. But what happens if a government office at any level of government is procuring technologies from the private sector or is accessing networks run by telecommunications firms and so on. So it basically requires quite a lot of analysis, so sorting a legal analysis, not least, to sort out jurisdictional questions, to make sure systems are designed and people are aware of the regulatory framework. And my instinct is telling me, when you have so many actors, provincial, federal, RCMP, perhaps the provincial policing or municipal policing in different places, telecoms, firms involved, and so on. The challenge actually probably comes down to making sure that everyone has a good grasp of what the statutes are and the policies are and what the relevant regulatory framework is. I suppose it's tough enough actually to fully understand, let's say, federal privacy law and its application in a very clean case where you just have a federal institution subject to one statute and that's it. Like, there's enough of a challenge there. But if you have a situation like an alert system with multiple jurisdictions, multiple private public sector stakeholders, multiple actors, different actors in the system have to be aware of what the rules are and what the regulations are. And then, not least, it has to be exercised. When approaching this appearance for your commission today, I kept thinking to myself, I used to work in the Department of National Defense, and I kept thinking about the various exercises we had for various scenarios, emergency incidents. And not only is it important to have the right people at the table, but you have to make sure the phones are working and people are answering and accessible and so on. So there are the legal jurisdictional interplays, but there's also the pragmatic, if people know who to call, if the person they're supposed to call, are they available? Is that person who could help inform, like a culturally sensitive alert, actually available at 3 a.m. on a Sunday and all that kind of stuff. So those are a few comments, but we just for your information, we work increasingly frequently with our provincial and territorial colleagues. We have monthly meetings at the commissioner level. We undertake joint guidance development routinely, and we do joint investigations where those are appropriate. And we also, less frequently, but occasionally also provide advisory services that where we will provide joined up federal, provincial advisory services on specific things. That has happened for both public and private sector initiatives.
Thank you very much. Raymond, you too, of course, navigate a complicated regulatory space as Commissioner of Official Languages. And in your remarks, you've alluded to the fact that attention to official languages should be built in to the technology, but also needs to be properly staffed at the end of implementation and utilization. How might accountability and governance of these systems attend to the extent to which official language rights are being upheld in these stages of the process?
This is a sort of a fundamental question, the whole question of governance. And I'll give you an example, a very concrete case where we investigated a complaint with respect to an English-only alert in 2019. And it is through this investigation of this complaint that we got a greater understanding of the challenges around jurisdictional issues. The Official Languages Act, as I mentioned earlier, applies to federal institutions. It does not apply to provincial and territorial governments. However, when we investigated the complaint, there was really no federal institution responsible per se for putting out the alert. CRTC had a role to play with respect to the Broadcasting Act. However, provinces and territories are not, as I mentioned, subject to the Official Language Act. And at the end of the day, it is people downstream are responsible for what goes on in the alert. And this is where we have a real issue. I had a conversation with the deputy ministers in charge of emergency preparedness across the country, and they're fully aware of the issues around language. However, every province or territory approaches it differently. There's an incredible diversity of how we approach language in various jurisdictions. What I can say is that the federal government has a wealth of experience when it comes to official languages. And I think it's important that we leverage that in how we work with other jurisdictions. And also there's another level of complexity is that there are private institutions, not private institutions, but private providers involved. So at the end of the day, who is responsible for putting out that alert? And I go back to what I said earlier. We do not have in place at the federal level the capacity within most of our institutions. And I listened to Greg when he says at 3 o'clock in the morning, can we put out a culturally appropriate alert? Can we do it in more official languages? I would say that if we have in place the appropriate communication plans to do it and the capacity, yes, we can. But at the end of the day, who is accountable for putting out these alerts? So I think, so I recommended to the Privy Council Office and Public Safety Canada that in consultation with Canadian Heritage, we developed a strategy to encourage, support, and work with various levels of government to integrate both official language and communications during emergency and crisis situations. And I said, as I mentioned in the first part, in my first remarks, there is an incredible amount of diversity right now in the Francophone communities across the country and in the provinces and territories. Immigration flows are increasing, and it adds to the diversity and to the need to be able to provide that information in both official language, whether it's French outside of Quebec or English in Quebec. So the accountability issue is key, and what we have right now is so many actors and players, and we have to sort of come to grips with who at the end of it is responsible for putting out these alerts. And I think there's a serious conversation to be had between the various jurisdictions to do this.
It's extremely helpful. Thank you. Commissioners, I'm now going to turn to my wrap-up question, unless there's, okay. Trish, if I can start with you, I wanted to check in with each of you in turn, starting with Trish, to make sure that you've had an opportunity to share the information that you think the commissioners should understand about public warning systems and public communications in emergency circumstances. Trish, is there anything you'd like to add to what you've been able to share today?
I think really just to wrap up what I'm trying to communicate here. I mean, obviously I'm not at the table because of my knowledge of technology, but I was just struck by the fact that the folks who might need the information the most, depending on the nature of the alert, so the vulnerable, who are vulnerable because of isolation, poverty, mental illness, geography, all of those things, lack of infrastructure, the folks that might need the information the most are the least likely to get that information. And so the technology or the content of the alert is in a lot of ways irrelevant to the kind of clients that I see on a day-to-day basis, because they're not seeing them anyway. So just, I mean, my role is just to speak for those that I think may not otherwise be heard. And that would be the message that I, want to impart, is that we need to find a way to include those folks that right now are just outside of what's happening.
Thank you very much indeed. Ian, if I may turn to you next, is there anything that you'd like the commissioners to understand from your lens and particular focus on the technologies, of course, as we continue to move through our work?
I think it's important to make sure that the technologies that are used are sourced well. When you're thinking about the system that you build, make sure that you've only collected the information you need to collect in order to make the thing work. If you're using third-party or purchased software development kits, make sure that you know the licensing that goes behind those, and make sure that you know where your data goes in the event you have a third-party processor. If you are going to collect information, make sure you secure it well, because we are, constantly seeing more and more data breaches. And when we have to go look at those, it's frustrating to see the amount of data that can be lost by just not being properly secured. And probably, the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. It usually works out to be a good one to follow.
Thank you very much. The KISS principle, very helpful in this moment, I would suggest. Gregory, is there anything you would add to what Ian shared?
What occurred to me just now is that the two of the documents, the principal documents, the privacy emergency kit that I referred to earlier, and the document on public disclosures under the Privacy Act, those refer to current law, but we do anticipate having private and public sector law reform at the federal level. Within our office, we haven't considered emergency alert as a topic that needs to be addressed in the context of law reform, and I just wanted to bring to your attention that the Commission's attention that these laws will be rewritten in the coming months, probably. So if the Commission has anything that wishes to say on the issue of private and public sector privacy law reform, it would be an opportune time. That's for your awareness.
Thank you. Archie, if I may turn to you.
I just think that the information that goes out needs to be correct information, and it needs to be culturally relevant, because misinformation can damage not only the individuals impacted, but an entire community. So it's important to ensure that the information that's going out is correct.
Many thanks indeed. Raymond, if I may turn to you next.
I don't want to sound repetitive, but the message I would like to leave the commissioners with is that irrespective of, regional variances in terms of language of majority, many federal institutions tend to work in one language, mainly in one official language. So by not having sufficient bilingual capacity, federal institutions expose themselves to translation delays. And this could be addressed through better approaches to staffing, workplace culture, and emergency procedures. And finally, we have developed at the Commissioner's Office a tool called the Official Languages Maturity Model, which is a diagnostic tool that a federal institution can use to get an understanding, to get a picture of where they're at in terms of their capacity to work in both official languages. And it's a tool that's available to all federal institutions. And we have dealt with over 40 institutions currently to try to help them get a better handle on their bilingual capacity and how best they can serve Canadians in both official languages. So that's the message I'd like to get out.
Many thanks. And Jennifer, last but not least.
I want to go back to kind of what Ian said there about KISS. When I was sitting around the table with all 5 chiefs when we initially decided to implement the system, we had a lot of, oh, but what about this? Oh, but what if that? And what if this? We could have went on for days about the what ifs. The bottom line was, and that's why the system is the way it is today, is that it was about keeping it simple. The message, we need to get a message out, and here's how we're going to do it. And so we really were trying very hard not to get bogged down with too many details and, oh, but what if and what if? The bottom line is, and we've done it, we've sent out an alert, and then we've had to follow up and say, oh, okay, well, that situation is resolved now. The bottom line is the information got out. And I think we need to keep that and go back to this morning's session where we were talking about the most important thing here is about public safety.
Commissioners, that completes my planned questions.
It's Commissioner Stanton speaking. Ms. Coleman, I was really struck by the circumstances of many of your clients and your description of them and the essential irrelevance of whatever technological solution might make sense for an emergency alerting system. And, text wouldn't reach them, cell broadcast wouldn't reach them. They don't have social media because they don't have internet, and they don't even have cell service. And they have you coming out to them and maybe a VON nurse. I wondered, what would reach them? Do we need to think about what is the reach of landlines? Are they still, widespread enough for that to be a viable consideration? I'm just trying to think what work needs to be done to find out what would address the situation, although, of course, as you already noted, fundamentally what would address it is their level of poverty and some mental health supports. So there are systemic issues that obviously need to be addressed, but I just wondered if there's a way to map onto the outreach that already does occur, limited though it is, given that you're one person, and the systems that do connect with isolated seniors. Is there a way to map onto that? I'm just trying to think of ways to reach people that are really being forgotten by their communities, essentially here.
Well, I do think that in some cases there are landlines for those who can afford them, because there's not that infrastructure issue. But other than that, I don't know the answer. We had talked a little bit about putting together a vulnerable sector directory at some point, identifying folks who might need help evacuating, if that were necessary, and then how you would contact them. I mean, old-fashioned phone trees, knocking on people's doors, but really just identifying those folks that don't have the contact, and that is a huge undertaking, and it's complicated because of privacy issues and those things. But I would say if you really needed to get that information out, it's boots on the ground, it's making calls, it's not as quick as what some emergency alerts obviously need to be, but yeah, it's extremely difficult. And the other thing is we don't know what we don't know, or we don't know who we don't know. So I can identify a number of very vulnerable clients who are isolated, who have no one, who don't have phones. You catch them at home if you're lucky to, if you need to make a visit. But I don't know who I don't know. I don't know who else is out there that's not on my radar or Continuing Care's radar. We just don't know. And they are the most vulnerable. And as I said, they may be the ones that need the most help. But certainly the wraparound services, dealing with issues of poverty. So putting a cell phone in someone's hands, but then stepping in to make sure that the person can afford to keep it, can afford, or to know how to use it, all of those things. So everything has to be looked at in the big picture.
Thanks. I just want to commend you for the compassionate care that you offer to people in your community, and for helping us think through those issues today. It's I think an important voice to hear, because they're not otherwise going to be heard. So I really want to thank you for that. And I guess it goes to the broader conception of community safety, right? That you have to know that people are there in order to find ways to keep them safe. And that means having local knowledge. And as you say, you can contribute to that because you know what you know, but then the challenge is who's still falling through the cracks. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Mass Casualty Commission, I would like to echo Commissioner Stanton's remarks to Trish, Ms. Coleman, but for each of you, I think each of you has brought a very compassionate lens and a strong appreciation for community and the strengths that can be found within community and the importance of working with community in order to design effective public communication systems and public warning systems. And I think each of you has demonstrated too that a great deal of planning, care, and community involvement are necessary to design an effective public warning system. That it's not only a matter of technology, although technology is important, It's also a matter of ensuring that the needs of communities are well understood and factored in at every stage, and particularly well in advance of an emergency arising. That there may well be competing interests to consider as one is making planning decisions. You've each helped us to understand some of these nuances, which will assist our later discussions as we move through the process. Your contributions today are a true act of public service, and we thank you for your time.
And allow me to thank you, Emma, for not just your wonderful task in facilitating today's roundtable, but for assembling such a wonderful and stellar group of roundtable participants. It's on behalf of the commissioners is surely greatly appreciated. And I would like to echo my thanks as well, just very briefly, to the members of our roundtable here this afternoon. You know, the suffering caused by the mass casualty reverberates and cascades from those most affected right throughout the province, right throughout the country and beyond. So we are so grateful that you are helping us as commissioners and as a commission, but you're helping Nova Scotians and Canadians, and we're greatly appreciative for that. And you've broadened our perspectives. I think that's the key for us. You've broadened our perspectives when it comes to the worldview of others, culture, equality, privacy, and language, fundamental values that we all share. And in tackling this difficult issue, you've helped broaden our perspective, and for that, we're very grateful. So thank you.
Just continuing on from that, I think it's important to sort of think about how these roundtable discussions fold into the broader work of the inquiry. This afternoon's panel relates to three, well, actually both panels today relate to three paragraphs of the Orders in Council that set out the mandate that we as commissioners are required to fulfill in the public interest. We're directed to examine issues including communications with the public during and after the mass casualty, including the appropriate use of public alerting systems established under the Alert Ready program. We're required as well to consider and examine communications between and within the RCMP, municipal police forces, and other agencies, and the Alert Ready program. And we're also directed to give particular consideration to any persons or groups that may have been differentially impacted. And so I just wanted to note that so that it might assist folks who are wondering, okay, how does this all fit together? This week, the Commission also shared another foundational document, taking the total number available for the public to read to 16, supported by over 1,000 source materials. These documents reflect our current understanding of the facts and begin to help answer many of the questions about the mass casualty itself. There are more foundational documents and source materials to come, and we've heard some additional witnesses this week. We'll continue to hear from more in the coming proceedings, including starting on Monday. This week, we have been integrating more phase 2 activities that explore these questions of how and why the mass casualty happened and look into the related issues of the mandate, including, of course, today's roundtables and the commissioned reports that go along with them in order to better understand the causes, contexts, and circumstances that may have contributed to the mass casualty, which is also a requirement of our mandate. As a public inquiry, we're ensuring we're creating opportunities for members of the public to engage in this work. One reason for this is that we believe the Commission's findings and recommendations will be stronger if they're informed by a broad range of experiences and perspectives. So while our work must be grounded in what happened on April 18th and 19th, we do need to also understand the broader context in order to create recommendations that can be implemented. It's a joint federal provincial inquiry, so questions, as we heard today, of legislation and jurisdiction are important context for us to know about in order to be able to make recommendations that are implementable. Community safety is a shared responsibility, and it's an opportunity, and I think the panels today have really surfaced that for us in an important way. Once we've completed our work and shared our final report, it'll be up to all Canadians, including policymakers, public institutions, community groups, and members of the public, to take the recommendations and make them actions. You can help shape our work, findings, and recommendations. We invite you to play a role to help make our communities safer once this public inquiry is concluded. We hope to continue hearing from you, members of the public, with your submissions about potential changes you'd like to see or recommendations you think we should include in our final report. You can find more information about how to make public submissions on our website. You can also find there, of course, our foundational documents, the source materials, the commissioned reports, prior proceedings webcasts, the interim report, and much more information about the inquiry. We do thank you for your continuing interest and engagement and support, and we'll see you when public proceedings resume on Monday. Thanks again.
That cut rather quickly. I know all these people love and care about their families and even themselves, and obviously watching families that are in the audience and those they've spoken to, those memories keep them up at night and keep them very vigilant to seek the truth, because they would never want any pain ever like that to happen to anybody. And I applaud them for seeking the justice that they are and the contributory work that those who add to that, because they know that they're adding big productive pieces, save lives. And how hard that is that an institution chose to endanger people. They never want that to happen. So all those Christmases and Easters and grandchildren and things like that, that might never be, well, that will never be. It affects them greatly. Sworn officers of the court. Trained to do that. And, I'm glad that we have people like that to protect us. I heard something about on the tombstone there. That's what are we but our legacy, right? How we treat one another. To help your fellow man and woman. Good for them. bringing peace. Some semblance of peace to a situation that is just so utterly horrific. They would never, ever, ever want to visit trauma upon anybody in this story. Nobody. And they know how precious life is. Anyway, I do hope that you have a fantastic day, the rest of the day. Guess we ended about an hour early again today. It was very taxing. It's very taxing on all of you. And I thank you a lot, as always, for... I may not be the best with the technology and things, but I'm trying. And please bear with me. And I'm trying to get as much done as I can. Please take good care of one another. You know, if you have difficulties, reach out to one another. I'm glad to hear from those of you that I speak to, as always. Why are you tearing up a mask? I don't even know why I have that in my house. God bless you all. God bless the 23.